Hello, everyone. I'm Old Man Build, and I'm here with Joe, and we're just going to talk a little bit of open mic day and go into some different physics and stuff like that. So, Joe, let's go ahead and bring up what we were looking at just a few minutes ago, and let's kind of walk through it, and then we'll stop and discuss as we go.
Yeah, I'm very excited to share this. So a little disclaimer up front, I would say. First of all, I don't claim that anything that I'm sharing is absolute fact. This is all a learning experience, for me, and I never want to give the impression like I'm talking like some kind of absolute authority on this is the way it is or something. These are ideas that I came up with, that I was hoping might better assist some people struggling to visualize some of these fields, how things come to be, and tie together some of the concepts that, to the best of my knowledge at this time, believed to be in play. That might actually help with your own research and your coil building, and finding the using this to find a means to the end of achieving what you're setting out to. And realistically, it's the best possible way, the simplest way. Try to keep it to like a 12th grade level, of explaining some extraordinarily complex concepts and interactions. It's my belief that most of what I'm sharing is actually something that could be applied in one way, shape, or form, even if it seems allegorical in nature. To facets of life. It also has to do with our world and the solar system, and it also has to do with the energy and matter that we're working with here on Earth as human beings to try and achieve the ultimate goals that we're setting out to. And I'm hoping that this is a meaningful contribution. So without further ado, we have this chart here. Fortunately, I have it larger on my screen. I'm hoping that you guys could follow along. But basically, what this does is it breaks down what I would consider to be the descent of energy to matter. Okay, and then back matter into the energy fields. Okay.
Okay.
So the precursor to going over this is that everything from the top at 0, okay, is omnipresent always in different levels as you descend down this and back up. In fact, if you were to map this out, okay, the ironic thing is it creates on a map exactly what it's describing, which is probably the most fascinating thing. It creates a spiraling torus that then recircles into itself, into the center, and the center of the torus is where the interaction takes place, which, as I said, is exactly what this is ultimately describing. So
we're getting to the ether in the center, then, is what you're describing.
Absolutely. And now, how out of this, what you want to define the ether as, in this, I guess, would be a little subjective because there's a couple different ways to look at it, but it definitely falls within a category of this. And as I've already kind of said, everything in these upper levels here, that's going to be omnipresent all the way down. It's always there. So the ether, no matter what it is per se, is always there and available. It just needs to be harnessed and exploited for the cause in which you're choosing. So the most complicated part of it is probably the first part, because this is the part that if you try to figure out why, you're probably the only person that figured it out. It's that everlasting question of well, okay, so what's beyond that? How did this all come to be? And that's not the point of this conversation. So
Right.
we'll just start it off by saying that this is going to be based on locality, okay, and everything in the locality and what that locality is a part of, okay, has all of these same attributes within it. Okay, so a good example is I have this can of markers, right? And in this can of markers, I could take it and I could throw it right now, and it is local, and this whole can and the markers within it will go, but within it is all these markers. So I could throw this marker, and this is a local item. I could throw the marker and it would go, but it's made up of a cap, and I could separately throw these. These are all localities. And in this context, all these localities are together.
Okay.
So before anything is created anywhere, okay, you have what I'm calling, for simplicity purposes, okay, a plane of potential locality. Okay. And it's a plane of potential locality because it's just a probability of inertial force. It exists, and it is both all and none at the same exact time. It has all the energy and no energy at all. It is relaxed, still, calm, and yet to be realized into existence. We could put it that way. So that's the most complicated part of this, is accepting that fact that calm could exist somewhere. Okay. Besides that, like the locality suggests, if you have two localities and they are in close proximity with one another and they interact on each other, provided that they're potential and inertial in nature, that's going to create pressure, and it's going to disturb the otherwise perfect calm. Okay, now once that perfect calm is disturbed, okay, that's going to create a distortion. Okay, in my opinion, it would create a distortion, which is just a form of incoherence, whether it be local on the local point or whether it be more widespread. It is still an incoherence on that otherwise perfectly still calm plane. If you descend down further than that, where you have the ordering of that distortion, because everything in this system would want to be able to find the calm, no different than dropping a pebble in water, where yes, it will create waves in that circumstance, okay, but those waves will dissipate and the calm will remain. It always wants to seek that state, and in an effort to do so, it creates a coherent frequency. Okay. However, the coherent frequency doesn't have a value, so it emulates, okay, the plane potential locality's original state. However, because the disturbance was created, it is now in wave form. Okay, even though it doesn't have any oscillation to it. Okay, and that's where I would consider the 0 point is at that scalar, the scalar wave dimension, so to speak. I guess I'll call it a dimension for purposes of keeping it simple.
So real quick.
Yes.
You're saying in the center it's perfectly calm, and it's trying to get back to that state at all times. Now, this is before anything travels through it. Is that correct?
Nothing, right. So there's no matter involved in this whatsoever. Okay. Right now we went from the potential of something, okay, to the probability of something once the distortion took place. So from potential to probability, and then from probability to usable potential. Okay. Because now that a wave is formed, even if it doesn't have a value, okay, even if that value is flat calm, the fact that it is now transcended from no dimensionality to dimensionality, if that makes any sense. Because right now, as of this time, there is no time. Time hasn't happened yet because there's no frequency to it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Time is dependent on frequency. So when these coherent frequencies, okay, have interactions, they then become distorted, which creates frequency. All right, and that's the oscillation in the waveform. At that point, you've crossed into on the existence side of Planck's distance, okay, and now you have oscillation and waveform, okay, and frequency. Now, as these frequencies then compound and interact amongst the different frequencies that now exist on this other plane, different interference patterns and so on are going to emerge from that. Okay. Now, as this occurs, there's going to be an offset bias. Okay, and that offset bias is going to be what I'm considering here the creation of a charge. So if you think about a frequency, a wave frequency, it's got a high point and a low point. If you have an interference pattern with let's call it like an in phase wave, conjugating from another location, within the locality, that maybe has a higher amperage, okay, there's going to be leftovers. So you're going to have an offset, a positive and a negative offset based on those interference patterns. The plus and the minus in this would become the charge for the purposes of descending further down this. So now you have the probability of positive and negative charges, with the offset ultimately becoming more scalar. It returns. At that point, after the interference bias, okay, now you have what I'm calling, for simplicity again, polar coherence and incoherence condensation. Okay, so you're going to have now all of these leftover bits and pieces of the interference pattern interactions that now are charged, and because they are charged energy, they want to combine with one another. Okay, they're going to combine with one another, to form poles, and the ability for it then to further descend to the last bit before you enter into the last form of dissension, which is interactive synergy field. Okay, I call it the interactive synergy field again for simplicity.
Okay.
All right, but this is where electromagnetism really takes place. Now, it's in the -6 and -7 of this chart, okay, where you're looking at wave frequency, energy, and things of that nature. Now, you're talking about radiation at that point. You're talking about light at that point, different types of radiation, but that's where then that transfer takes place between just waveform energy and other types of electromagnetism, and how they all become interchangeable with one another in the lowest realm of the energy dimensions. Okay. Now, if you follow the logic to this point, where the opposites are attracting and organizing, and then you're taking into context the fact that this is happening, it's creating greater pressure of the accumulation. So the more that comes from the top down, okay, it's feeding it, and more is combining, creating pressure for formation to occur. Now, there's a certain point in this where this accumulation becomes so great that rather than it just be energy organizing, now it's reached a state of condensation where it could form a particle, okay, which, as we know from physics at this point, a fundamental particle, a part of an atom, whatever you want to name them, it doesn't matter. They spin this way, that way, up, down, left, right, positive, negative. Doesn't matter what you call it. It's still a charged particle. Okay. These charged particles condense with one another. Okay. At that point, and then it forms an atom. Now these atoms, and now we're working into the matter scale at this point, because now we have charged particles forming an atom. All right. Once you form an atom, that now the atoms are combining together under the same premise, under the same conditions, further to form a molecule. Okay. Now, once you're on the molecular level, now you have what I would consider, for again, simplicity and just understanding, 3D substance matter. Okay. It's a molecule of something. It is an element. Okay. Now, again, because it's omnipresent within all of these other fields above it, okay, it becomes subject to it. So you bring it back up the scale. This is where it's going back up the torus, okay? And you bring it back up to meet the lowest energy, the lowest energy field, which is again, as I described it, an interactive synergy field, the magnetism, electromagnetism, plus all of the other components above. Okay. Now, it's at this point where time and space meet at the reality in which we exist, okay, and in normal form. Now, none of this is like linear. Okay, so if you actually go to the bottom part of this, it's more or less the same thing. It's just reorganized. Maybe I put some different names because like I was kind of just trying to best express what I'm trying to get across, not naming something, anything actual, But if you look at the bottom part of it, I put it into dimensions, if you want to think about it that way. Now, I wasn't aiming for anything, but I had heard before, that in order for this to be possible, it would be like 11 dimensions. And well, out of this, it actually made 11 dimensions, which I found interesting. But again, if you count down from source energy or potential all the way down to where it ends in the energy fields, it's at 5D. Okay.
So when you say dimensions, let's just go over this. We're not talking about dimension of another Earth or something like that, or you're just talking about the energy flow itself of where it started from creation in order to build something that's an atom to build physical matter, right?
So this is where it gets a little mind-bending, because the answer is yes and no simultaneously.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So yes, for the purposes of keeping this into one locality, okay, that is correct. It's multi-layered locality, okay, but the locality is only subject to that within it. So, I won't go there. I am a locality, okay, and I'm in a house, which is a locality, and this house is, on planet Earth, which is a locality, which is in the solar system, which is a locality, in this galaxy, which is a locality. Now, and you can obviously break these localities up as far as you want, but it all comes back to the markers in the can. The cells inside your body are part of your own biospheric locality, so to speak, if
Okay.
you want to put it that way. So you could go down all the way to the atomic level of these localities. And they all follow these same fundamental principles, whether it's micro or macro. And they do scale up because they're all connected, which is why, again, the ether is omnipresent. It's actually present within you at all times. It's also present all around you at all times. Just because it's present doesn't mean that it's usable, unless if you're able to go through this and see where it is you're trying to access. So if you want to access the ether, the energy in which is not allocated for something already, whether it's being used as energy or in a force field, or it can be matter, in all respects and regards, then you need to look back at the chart. And what it comes down to is you need to be able to utilize scalar, okay, in order to reach a zero where there's a wave to then propagate. Once you propagate the unpropagated wave, that now you can utilize that energy. And that's what's happening with the coils. That's what happens in the center of just about any torus. And it being able to exploit that is pretty much the key to the energy aspects of things. But in my opinion, it's also the key to more than that. It's the key to more than that because the scalar itself, it lies outside of the Planck distance. And yeah, exactly. Transversing adverse conjugation. It is wave conjugation. It's the wave conjugation in itself that is the whole entire premise of this. Everything. Yes, exactly. Phase verse locked. That's exactly what all of this is trying to get at in the most simple form.
So if I wanted to manipulate it, I would just have to tap the center in some way to get the waveform I wanted.
Yeah. Now here's where it gets a little tricky.
Okay.
And none of these are my ideas necessarily, but it feeds right into it. In order to utilize that frequency in its form, because it lies outside of Planck's distance, okay, you need to be able to make it subject to matter. Okay, so what you'd be looking at, okay, I didn't really go into it, but in the formation of matter in the context of these upper fields, okay, in ideal circumstances, it leads to crystallization, which is something we've discussed how many times?
Yeah.
Okay, many times, right? So you have these things that want to form, but plus minus, just like a magnet attracts, right? And it forms in proper and rational structures. Okay, so I think that if you were to propagate scalar waves, okay, through a crystalline form, and then you were to bring it on the other side of Planck's distance by utilizing plasma, okay, or plasma field, I think that's how it's exploited.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all about bringing what's outside of Planck's distance inside of Planck's distance in both time and space. Okay, so again, in order to do that, when you're looking at plasma, you're looking at a form of, they call it a form of matter, but they didn't for a long time, right? And the reason it's a form of matter is because that's what happens when energy strips ions from matter. So plasma is the interaction between matter and energy at the most basic level.
So
Okay, so that is what bridges the gap.
So it's the conception of energy in the matter. Is that what you're saying? The plasma begins that process.
When plasma is generated, it is the energy and the matter interacting in a cohesive manner, because the matter cannot turn to plasma in the absence of the energy. Okay, and the energy would have nothing to turn into a plasma form if it wasn't for the matter being able to be such a super concentrate of the charged particles. Exactly. Okay. Different viscosity. So everything. So that's what this all boils down to. All of this is different levels of pressure against each other and viscosity. In fact, when I was coming up with how to get my head around all this,
okay,
all I kept on thinking about was a pool of water. Okay, because that's what was just really making me understand it, was a pool of water, waves in water, wave interactions in water. Two waves of water collide. Have you ever seen it where two waves collide and a drop comes up and then the surface tension, okay, even though there's no difference in viscosity, this is what's interesting about locality. So think about this.
Okay.
Two waves collide, one of a higher amplitude, one cancels out, it leaves a bead of water in the air that comes down and then sits on the surface of the water over surface tension, despite it being the same viscosity.
Right.
Okay, so that's and that thought had come to mind because that's very UFO-like behavior. Okay, whenever you have something that is of the same, that naturally even would have like laminar flow, for instance, it's so connected and wanting to be with the rest of it, okay, that it just goes almost seamlessly.
Yes.
Yet here you are under this extreme circumstance of it now floating and riding on top of itself with nothing between it besides its own surface pressure, which is determined by locality.
Gotcha.
And the surface pressure in this instance would be the pressure of all of these other dimensional localities pressing in on it, which is no different than what you were trying to describe 100 times about your graviflyer, about containing the force field, creating energy pressure. You want an energy pressure pump is realistically what you want. And again, it's all in here, in my opinion. I understand it to be in here. It falls right in here. But it becomes a little bit more complex because I had talked previously with you, about crystals and stuff like that. And I was telling you, like, I was a proponent of like solid state. I think that's really sort of because like that macabre machine, okay, where you have all the sound waves coming into the middle, all on the suspender crystal. And I get exactly what he's trying to accomplish with that. And I'm not saying it won't. Like, frankly, I just haven't spent the time in my mind to actually consider to simulate that in my head, but that's actually what I use this entire logic process for, is to simulate how things would go in my head. Oh yeah, we didn't get there yet with the practice. I already said maybe stuff.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I wanted to go over this real quick.
Sure.
So when I take that piezoelectric disc and I create a pulse wave into what would be the center of the ether of the field. I'm looking to bounce it. And that's what I typically say. You say it as a pump. So we're not too far off on the terminology right there. It's doing the same thing. It's like a balloon on the table. When you tap the top, it's creating a pump inside the balloon. It's making it expand and contract, and it's creating the pump. It's no different. It's just it's said it a little differently, but it's the same thing.
It absolutely is. I mean, that's a pious theory. That's what a lot of his technology is based off of. You have to have. See, like and in my mind, I'm still there, but like I heard him kind of say it, and I was like, yeah, all right, I see where he's going. I always think high frequency, low amperage. Okay.
Okay.
And so what Pius was kind of getting at, which again, it's in here, this is why I love this. So if you have propagating waves of high frequency, low amplitude,
Right.
okay, and you have them propagating at one another, okay, conjugating into scalar, and then you spike high amperage, very low duration, okay, which is exactly what a piezoelectric would do. Okay, it's that disturbance in the still.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that disturbance in the still. That's all I'm going to say. Like, we don't need to, like, the answer to everything is in that disturbance in the still.
Well, it shows up on your oscilloscope exactly the same way. Exactly the same way. It shows that the piezoelectric affects the actual energy and how it comes out. So if I started a wave like this, brought it up, and then brought it out, it would show that it'll expand it at certain points. And then it goes and goes out. So it creates a huge amount of energy in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's exactly what you're saying. It's the same thing, and it shows that it does that. It's scientifically proven, and I could show it on an oscilloscope all day.
It's so true. And if people just had the general understanding of all this, like, to the point where it's like, yeah, no, this is fundamental. I get it. Like, I would be able to, like, sum up this entire conversation by saying, spike in the still.
Yeah.
It would be like, yep, spike in the still. All right, yeah.
That's about what we're doing.
This is. Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's all so it's all additive and additive through subtractive. It's all the biases, the differences, the pressures that it creates in these differences, which is that's what's going to make Graviflyer fly, and it's going to power your house before they find out, and
Well, that's why I in one of my other versions I put a little piezo disc on the bottom as well. So when you get it up in the air, we're going to have to drop it back down normally. So we're going to have to tap the bubble from the bottom and come down. So it's going to work in both ways. And the way it's built more like a magnetosphere than a actual capacitor. So if you put a solid plate in the center of metal, it's a magnetosphere or it's a field generator. If you put a plastic piece in the center, it works as a capacitor. Completely different way of working. So it's kind of unique in that way.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, there was one thing that I was just, like, thinking about looking at, and I don't even know. I spent more time drawing it, less time thinking about what it would actually do, I think. And it was just a simple, like, jot. Okay, but if you were to take a piece of quartz, okay, with the point at the end, and you were to drill a hole dead in the center of the quartz, all right, then you take two wound wires with different leads to different channels. Okay. You give them counter-rotating wraps around the piece of quartz. You drill a hole then above where the wire ends, directly through the quartz.
Okay.
You do a you crisscross it, the wires in the quartz. Start wrapping the opposite direction one more time, okay? And then you hook up your two channels, and then you play with the frequencies, where and the amplitudes, okay? Because I just have a hunch that would do something interesting. I don't know what.
I don't know that you have to necessarily drill quartz. Quartz is there's a magnetic field inside quartz, and it also works on tapping it. So anytime you put like a continuous tap next to it, you're going to get energy out, right? So you can do that with the magnetic field, create the magnetic field and tap it. You know what I mean? And create a pulse inside of it. So you don't necessarily need to drill it, but you do need to create at least a flat spot where you can get the frequency and get that side of it exact. You know what I mean? Because you don't have to excite every angle of it. You have to excite one. And then once you do that, it propagates through the rest. But
now, here's the idea, though, because I think that there's something that you're kind of missing about this particular idea.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, I drew a picture of it. Like I said, it's a really cruddy picture, but where's the camera? There we go. You kind of get the idea there.
I guess see the crystal, okay? And what's the thing on the bottom? The wire?
This right here is the wire that's twisted.
Okay.
And inserted into the bottom. Then again, each wire, one clockwise, one counterclockwise, a couple times up till then you crisscross them through the hole.
Okay.
Do it again. All right. Now, the reason I'm thinking this is, and I could be very wrong. I'm again claim to know nothing.
Go ahead.
All right. But by drilling out the quartz. Okay, first of all, let me start by the most important principle of it. Quartz is directional, okay? Which in its own formation, its termination is at a point, and the flow of energy is directional to the point always. Okay. Yes. So that's kind of first and foremost. So now you have a means of whatever reaction is about to take place, okay, directing it and focusing it. Directing and focusing the interaction that's taking place, okay, could be important, especially if you have multiple of these then working in unison with one another. Okay. Now, the point of drilling, okay, is because the conductive nature of the wire and the fact that it's being inserted into the hole is going to keep a constant pressure, okay, on the crystal. It will be in a constant state of piezoelectric effect at that point.
So are you creating a magnetic field with the wire then and then pulsing it?
No.
Okay.
Well, potentially you could. It's depending on how you set your frequencies and amperages as to what you're going to get out of it. If you're sending two of the same frequency, same amperage in phase through the system, it's going to be scalar. And I think that if you emanate a scalar field through the quartz crystal in conjunction with the matter energy, okay, of the quartz crystal, which is what it is, by the way, it's matter energy, because that's the crystalline structure is an exact replica of the higher order, the lower orders of the energy fields that I put down. If that makes any sense. That's how it gets ordered. It structures that way. That's why it's a crystal, whatever. So it reflects those same orders. I think that by running the scalar waves through and in the presence of that under constant piezoelectric stimulation, if you were then to introduce it into a plasma field, I think that you're going to get interaction. Because those are the three elements that I personally believe are fundamental to there's always more than one way to do it. I just feel that having scalar, okay, with matter, energy, and plasma in a directed force with more than one source into the plasma, okay, I think that those fluctuations of the quartz in the scalar fields, okay, in the presence of a plasma is a guaranteed interaction right along what's trying to be accomplished.
Okay.
Whether and again, depending on the amperage, frequency, and different attunements of the, not only each crystal, but each crystal itself, okay, would fluctuate what result you ultimately get out the center.
So I'm trying to put this in terms of how I can scientifically attack it, right?
Sure.
Based on the knowns that I know about it. So if we put the hole in it, it's like standing in a room with 100 mirrors, right? Each one has a different effect on where the light goes, right? But in this case, instead of light, we'll just call it energy. So when it bounces off one, it has a different effect on that mirror versus the other mirror. So by keeping it in constant, you're keeping it changing throughout the whole field, whether it's the one that hits directly or indirectly on the next one. So it's in a constant state of coming together. So when you talk about a pebble in a pond, you drop it, you got one. But if you put rain into the pond, then everything comes at once. It goes from I'm trying to think of what the name was. You're going from a simple frequency to a resident frequency. So you're like ringing a bell, like slamming the side of it, the biggest frequency you can get. So as they cross each other in waves, they hit and they propagate to a higher waveform, is what I'm trying to say. Is
More
that
or
what
less.
you're looking for?
That's yeah. Okay, so if you think about go back to kind of like the beginning of the conversation where I was saying that scalar is really, if you want to think about it in the most simple terms that I can understand, it would be the usable form of the potential, the plane potential. Okay. A usable form of the plane potential. It's inertia, because the plane potential was inertia. Okay, so it's a potential force. Now, if you have inertia and potential force, okay, but it's running through something that if you act a force upon it, even a potential force, is creating piezoelectricity, matter electric, okay? It then would actually have an effect. And again, I don't know exactly, I have an idea, but I don't know exactly what the effect would be on the scalar, okay? But it would activate and make usable, I feel, it would create oscillation in the potential of the inertia of the scalar through that interaction. And because that interaction is in direct relation to a quartz crystal, a directional crystal lattice, which propagates out of a terminus, I think that's good.
You're looking for a Townsend effect. You want to create the Townsend effect in the crystal, is what you're doing, so that you can get the highest amount of energy possible.
And then have it
a controlled chain reaction.
More or less controlled chain reaction. And then once propagated into other of the same, or it could be different because the frequencies could be different.
Right.
Back to the chart. If you're running at different frequencies and now it's having different outputs, okay, the oscillations being different, you're going to have different offsets of what is coming into existence at that point.
But that's the point of the Townsend effect. It's not the same frequency. It's multiple frequencies. That's why it splits off into multiple different directions, and it creating more and more.
And then you're pointing it at another one, creating more and more.
Right.
And if you're doing it in a plasma field, which doesn't really know whether it's matter or energy, it doesn't. It's part energy and part matter, and doesn't exist without either, because of its components. All right. Now at that point, you're bridging the gap. You're bridging the gap between energy and matter to be able to defeat this system. See, because energy in all of its forms is present at every level from the top down. Okay. As energy descends into more complex matter, okay, time means less to energy. That's why time doesn't go, energy doesn't go stale. It doesn't disappear. It's entropy, it has to be either used, or it could be like free radical and just be there and waiting to be attracted to something to then be utilized in some system, only to be then dispersed again in some way, shape, or form, heat, or whatever, but it becomes less subject to time at that point. Now, the higher you bring matter up in that energy field, okay, the less space matters. So one thing that came to mind about our first conversation, was, you had shared with me, and I loved it. It hit a part of me that meant so much. I asked you, I was like, well, what are you trying to do? Here, I know what you're trying to do, but kind of where are you trying to go with this? And your answer to me was, Joe, if all I did was get to see the solar system, then I get to sit on my couch and drink a cup of coffee and be a happy man, right? Now, here's the thing about anti-gravity, okay? Because it's based on locality, that once you leave the locality, we know that there's no gravity outside of this. Anti-gravity itself, right, and in its form, is only as good as it is in this atmosphere, because that's our locality. All right. Now, once you get out of this locality, it no longer becomes a matter of anti-gravity. It becomes a matter of propulsion and being able to get to where you need to be in a time that is not more than your lifetime, which, given the vastness of space, is a challenge under the current confines that they want to tell you is the case.
Well, you would think, but I really don't think it is.
It's not, because look at the chart.
Yeah.
Time only matters to a certain degree, and matter doesn't start to cease to exist until after Planck.
But we can manipulate the matter if we manipulate the frequency in it. So how we do that to get this thing to move faster is the question you would get to when you get there. But that's not hard to fix, because a lot of people misunderstand energy and how energy works. If you really understood it, it's not a very hard problem. Okay. We're just moving things around where it best suits the environment. That's it.
See, I know there's a lot of quantum physics haters out in the chat, because I'm in the chat, which I love the chat, by the way. It's fun. I don't have things going on anymore. So listening to guys talk about cool stuff that they're doing and then getting to banter with people is the best it gets for me. But a lot of quantum physics doubters hate the word. I think that the point of it all falls in this, and none of this is some mysterious stuff. What I had shared earlier. None of this is but the implications of it are mind-boggling. Now, what the implications of it mean is exactly what quantum physics says at this point, which is that there is no matter, there is only really energy. And this explains that, which is crazy. And then brings it back up and says, and by the way, you experience time, and this is why, and because I always said, I was they talk about 3D, but what's interesting about 3D is that the mouse is 3D, but this mouse exists somewhere. If it was only 3D, then the mouse is it. That's it. And if you're dealing with locality, which is the whole point of this, is the graviflyer is a locality. So if you treat it as such, and you are able to manipulate the fields that are described here in the ways that we know would defeat what keeps it stuck to its other locality, then it floats.
You know how many times I've said that? You're not changing the graviflyer. You're changing how it interacts with the environment. That's it. You're not changing the weight of a graviflyer. You're just not. You're changing how the interaction is with the environment. I'm just making the environment see it differently. That's it. That's all I want to do. And that's why people don't get it, because they think, well, you put it on a scale, we can make it weigh less. Well, no, not necessarily. It's going to weigh the same. It's when I remove what the whole gravity is doing to it, it's when it really comes to life.
As above, so below, and all allegory is actual truth. Okay. If you want to make something float in water, and that's why I always bring up water, it's the perfect medium to get your head around this, because everybody kind of knows how water works.
Yeah.
The differences in density, okay, have as much to do with something floating the same as in the sky. It's and all of this system that I'm kind of putting forward here, it all has to do with the density of the same exact thing. Okay. So all anything is a disturbance of the nothing realized. That's what, get your head around that, and it's mind blowing. And that's why I've said in the chat a million times, and I said in my other ones, I was like, meditate. I was like, because it's just as significant and profound if you're able to tap into these things as any of this. Because, whether you're talking about the graviflyer or the can of soda, or, your mind and what that's capable of, it all exists in the same exact reign of energy that we exist within. And it's all based on locality. Now, in your mind, okay, if you're able to break the locality of your body with your mind, which is, I'm from my personal experience, I believe that's possible. Okay. You break that, then all of what we're trying to do physically actually becomes possible, which is mind bending. So very cool, but just know that it's all allegory. And any way you think, oh, well, if I wanted to make a boat, if I wanted to make something go from the bottom of the ocean under high pressure, because if you think about it, on the surface of the earth, okay, we are to space on the surface of earth as to what something stuck at the bottom of the ocean is to rising to the surface. Okay. So if you approached it with the same exact mentality of, well, what forces are at work here, and how can you change that object's properties to want to rise to the surface, then you've solved the problem. It's not like a hypothetical similarity. It's an actuality. It's the same. Whatever principle would achieve that there would achieve that here.
Well, it's why Ralph Ring would bring up the crystalline form as the part that they connected to in order to move the craft in the OdySee car experiment, because it's the exact reason you just said. Once you can get it in your mind and you have something that will connect to it, which our brain has that same crystalline structure, if you can get it to communicate with that, boom, it's not a problem moving anywhere with it, because all you have to do is create the mechanism to read it. That's it.
If you want to take it to even the next level, think about a relationship that you have with somebody close to you. Think of a few different relationships for comparison purpose, right? If somebody's a lot like you and, you're generally in a good mood and you have similarities and whatnot, your frequency is very similar and they go into phase. And what does that lead to? That leads to stillness, which is wonderful. That stillness is wonderful. If you're in a relationship with somebody who, you know, is excitable all the time, but you're pretty, easygoing, whatever, you're gonna have highs and lows like nobody's business, but the good times are real good. Only offset by the bad times that, well, because you're easygoing, you probably don't take them as badly, but they're still there. And here you go. This transcends physics, and it transcends it literally is everything. If this equation is everything. And that's why I said, I was like, look, this is, in my opinion, a unified theory of sorts, okay? Which it could explain why elements are different elements. It could all that without the mechanisms and the what you have to do's and instructions, all in one paragraph. Because the most complex thing in the world, and it is hard to get your head around, is only hard to get your head around because it's so simple. Once you accept it as the truth. If you accept it as the truth, it's so simple. But it's like, there's got to be more than that.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If we're all energy, and is there an Akashic record that you would tap into when you can reach a balance point? So, and I'll say it like this. When I walk around the park every day, right, I hit a point where I can just think about something and build it in my head. Okay. And I'll know exactly the parts when I get home how to do it. Now, I don't pretend to know what everything is. You know what I mean? But I know it when I see it, and I can put those forms together. So in your opinion, is there an Akashic record that we can all tap into that's the energy of everywhere where we can see everything?
The answer is yes and yes. Okay. There's two different things at play when you're talking about Akashic records, so to speak.
Okay.
The first is the greater locality. It's probably like the one that you're referring to more or less, which is, when you take all of these energy fields, realizing that they're all connected and interacting with one another, and they make up a locality. Okay. Yes, there is a floating cloud of general knowledge to be had. Okay. In high degrees of meditative states. Now, here's what's interesting about the Akashic record, so to speak. When you're in that particular meditative state, okay, if you achieve it in certain manners, okay, your conscious mind can ask a question. It's very difficult because most people have access to it without knowing it, but only in deep moments of sleep and things of that nature where it's totally unbeknownst to them. They're not in control of their mind enough to even know what their inquiry would be. And the interesting thing is that it's the right side of your brain that's active in those times if you're not trained in meditation. The right side of your brain isn't working, like for most people, without training, is not working on a logical, asking reasonable questions to the universe wavelength. Like the right side of your brain would be like, do you think I should have like ranch Doritos? And be like, yeah, you like ranch. It's like, thanks, Akashic. Like, good, next. The left side of your brain is the curiosities and all the logic portions. Now, the trick to that is to be able to reach levels of hemispherical synchronization and higher level neural pathways in order to keep your conscious waking mind part of the conversation in sync with your creative mind, okay, when you access these planes. Now, you could do it. It takes dedication, and so on. Now, there is another Akashic record, which is probably the one that people who actually meditate and don't necessarily have a full realization of their potential would access, and that's your mind's ability to sort through all of the jumble of information to take the information that you know and make it clear. Okay. So like sometimes you just get so much information, you're trying to get it and you think you got it, or you're almost there, but you're just missing the connections, like your mind in regular meditative states, or even sometimes during very deep sleep, can clear the junk out enough to make the connections. What's interesting is seldom do you don't meditate, ask the question, come out of the meditation, and then all of a sudden you're like, it almost like, I'm not saying it can't happen like that. It almost never happens like that. All right. Usually that information comes to you and then your mind sorts it. And when you start thinking about it the next time, you just realize that you're thinking about the same exact thing you've thought about 1,000 times before, except rather than the same cycling thoughts that you've had all along, the same paths that you've taken, all of a sudden you know something different than you ever knew before about it. And your train of thought is totally, it's just, the answer is right there in front of you.
So, the last minute of your dream is when you get your question answered. That's what I've found. Okay. If I go into sleep thinking one thing, the last minute you have enough conscious thought to put it together. Okay. And it'll come in clear as day, color coded, ready to go. Okay. But you cannot process it when you wake up. When you then get into the project and you start working it, it automatically comes back as a memory and appears to you that you can put it together that way. That's how I see it. So when I see the thing of like meditation and balance, if your life is hectic and you go too far an emotional state up, too far an emotional state down, you know what I mean? It's equal and opposite. But when you can get to that level where you can level everything off and be as calm as you can be for the whole day, and then you start to meditate, then it starts to make sense because your mind's finally at peace. It's finally at rest.
You're at peace. It's scalar, right? So you've reached this point of like potential and equilibrium in total calmness. Yes. So now whatever the frequency put into it is going to exploit the potential of that calmness.
Right.
It's exactly what it is. Now, there's different ways to see, and once again, to go full circle, right? Have you ever heard of like hemispherical synchronization or anything like that?
Go ahead. Tell me.
I mean, have you heard of it though, or
no?
Okay. So, and I mean, if you believe the CIA, it's proven. I mean, I use it and I could tell you that it works, but the concept is this, okay? You have the two hemispheres of your brain. As I said, they don't often talk with one another. In fact, there's been experiments where if they sever the connection between them, you could function normally, okay? And there's some type of interaction, except your left eye that works for your right brain will process things absolutely differently than if you see it with your right eye only. Okay. And things of that nature. Okay. So there's this definite separation. Now, what hemispherical synchronization does is through audio tones. Okay. They play a tone to one ear that works the opposite side of the brain. Okay. That puts that that brain through that sound pattern into a certain wave state. Okay, and there's different wave states associated with different forms of consciousness. Then what they do is they play another tone in the other ear that puts that other side into a similar state, or I'm sorry, a different state, because it's a different tone. But now, because you're playing two tones and your ears automatically connect in your brain, merging the tones, okay, what your brain processes is the offset of the tone. So just as a for instance, if you're playing 40 hertz in one ear and you're playing 50 hertz in the other, okay, two different effects on each side of your brain, but your brain hears 10 hertz. So through understanding the neurological pathways between right and left hemispheres of your brain, okay, and then manipulating these sound tones, what you could do is train the both sides of your brain to work in unison with one another by creating new neural pathways over time. Okay, now once you establish these new neural pathways, you could enter into at almost any time that you have enough wherewithal to do so into a hemisync state. Okay, where your whole brain is working on whatever problem. You have your creative and your logic kind of working with one another. Now, you could use it to go into higher states of consciousness by manipulating the brainwave patterns based on the frequencies that you hear and the offset that they create in the brain. They have certain programs and stuff that you can take where it progressively changes the frequencies as the track progresses. All right, and then coaxes through like a set of meditative skills that it teaches you, coaxes your brain into your logical side of your brain being asleep but aware.
Okay.
And then on the other side, it being free to roam. Then it brings you into delta and theta state brain waves overall. So your overall brain is in deep meditative state. So now you're in a situation where your body is sleeping, okay, but you're consciously, logically aware. And your creative mind is open to, keeping this pathway open to the higher realms of consciousness. And that's how that process works. And then there's different levels of it that you could take it to, all that have different attributes as far as what you're trying to accomplish. Sometimes but that's like remote viewing and things like that. Like, sounds like something to giggle at, except
no. I giggle because I'd love to do it.
No,
I want to be able to do it someday. I'll hook that thing up to my head. I'll do the process, whatever it takes.
hey, listen, I'm not a guru, but I can't say that I believe that I've been successful in it. I've had outer body experiences and stuff, and I don't do any substances at all. I don't even drink. Use my vape and caffeine. God help me. But I have no help other than this. And there's something called exploding head syndrome. Okay. And some people are more sensitive to these things. We had talked about that before.
Yeah, we talked about your rock. We talked about the sensitivity you have.
Energy sensitivities and this and that. My whole life, and I didn't even know it for a time. It was through retrospective realization that I was like, wait, this is all sensitivities to sorts of stuff and the ability to harness it. But when I started doing this, an occurrence that I only had very, very infrequently started happening more frequently, and it's kind of scary. But what happens is, if you reach super deep meditative states where you reach scalar, but you're still awake, It
I
goes
do
like
that.
it goes like this. Watch this. Like that in your head. And some like it'll scare you so bad because like you're not expecting it that like usually you'll jump yourself out of it. But if you realize it's happening and then you let it happen, you're there. You're on the other side.
Okay. So
And it's wild.
let me tell you some wild stuff that happens. Okay. I start fasting for a couple of days, right? I go back and forth with weight loss, and I'm irritated because I had pins in my back that won't allow me to work out properly, so I can't drop the weight like I'd like to. So I fast for days, and then you can sit in a state where everything is perfectly still, not around you, but in your head. Okay. And it feels like the last time that I, smoked some funny stuff, and it felt like warp drive was happening around me. Like it literally was like lights, everything fly past, and then it stops and it stays still. And you just get a feeling of you just complete calm. Okay. I get that weird feeling everywhere. That's when I truly get my mind in the right place to work on something. And it's so difficult to get there because, like you said, it's so easy to find. Okay. That's why it's difficult, because you constantly overthink things. You bog yourself down with this, you bog yourself down with that. You can't get to that place where everything stops. That's my experience with it anyway.
Yeah, no, that's exactly where it is. And I mean, if you let it happen, and if it happens under the right conditions, it could be profound. Like it's definitely out of time space because you could, or at least beyond the point where matter and energy are super relevant to one another. So if I look at my little chart that I made for myself, I mean, basically you're at that potential, the potential incoherence phase. Now, I mean, could it even be further up that scale? Because can you pull up the Mendelbrot sets?
Yeah. You want is it the picture, or what am I looking for?
I don't know. Pull up one of them. Okay, so cool. So this is a Mendelbrot set. So when I was talking about locality before, the Mendelbrot set is just endlessly repeating localities, basically, at that point.
Okay.
Now what's interesting about this particular one is this is the Mendelbrot set of a torus. Okay. So if you were to take a torus and have it be a repeating torus over and over and over again, the torus would open up where the inside is out. That's like your center in the middle,
Okay.
because the torus would create a torus just in its inverse form. So that's a Mendelbrot set of toruses creating a torus, because that's what it's all about. It's just all about these ever connected localities, where each one is working with and upon the other. Now, what's crazy is the mechanism of it all and why there's pressures put on each of these localities to cause the disturbance in the plane potential locality. That is unknown, but if you put like a drive right into the middle and you turn the thing, well, then every single thing turns in unison, like a universal gear would,
Yeah.
That's how it. And if you ever see one animated, that's exactly what it looks like, which is crazy. So the mechanism of the creation is the fact that it's created. It's that's what's crazy about it. Yeah, there was another couple of them though that might.
Give me 1 second. I'll pull another one up. Okay. What's this one right here?
So that's a Mendelbrot set as well. That's just not that's not trying to depict a torus. That's just the fractal sequence. It just goes over and over and over again, and it creates the spiral. And again, if you were to put that into motion, it would make sense how everything else is pressing up against each other. And yeah, it's consciousness, but this is also gravitics, this is also energy, this is matter. What you're looking at is literally the interconnection of everything and it to itself and how it interacts with everything else. So if you were to stop time and space, if you were to step outside of space and then stop time, this is it.
Okay.
At any given point. If you zoom out far enough, so to speak. But if you look at it, think about a crystal lattice structure. Does that look different than a crystal lattice structure?
Not exactly.
No, right? Like that is the lattice.
We all think based on the way scientists draw it. So you know what I mean? You kind of have to change what your mind is thinking.
Exactly. Yeah. Whether you zoom in or zoom out is, inconsequential. What you're ultimately going to see when you hit the end is just more,
Yeah. That's so cool.
So there's that. But now what was interesting, if you pull up that Taurus one again for 1 second, and then you go to the picture of the galaxy or the universe that I sent you, I want you to see it. The Mendelbrot of the Taurus, sorry.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just absorb that pattern for 1 second, right? Like you have a black spot in the middle. You have 4 black spots surrounding it, and then toward the end you have 4 more black spots, and then you see the general dispersion. Now I sent you a picture of the best map of the universe, which is basically an entropy map. Okay. If you could click that now.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
This one. Is it this one?
No.
Okay, because I only have this one.
Oh, maybe you didn't get it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I got it.
Well, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that there is a map of the universe that they took based on radiation, more or less. Now, the thing about it is that that map, it can't be super accurate because you have all these different distances and times for the sensors that they're using to be able to capture this. So you have a lot of stuff that's older the further away you go. So it's not really adjusted for time. But what it shows is the proposed entropy of the universe. And if you look at it, it follows the same type of hot and cold spots that you would see on that Mendelbrot set of the Taurus. So it's interesting because, that kind of makes implications that, the universe is a locality, right? We know that, but the universe is a Taurus. Now, when you're talking about what is, as I said, it's inside the Taurus. The outside is just the furthest extent of the locality. So if you want to think about the planet Earth, like the actual energy being of the Earth is in the center, and in the inside of that Taurus, whereas everything else is just the outcrop of it. So our atmosphere and the magnetic fields and all that emanate off of the Earth is the full extent of its locality. And that would be no different for anything.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to answer this. We should talk sometime. Absolutely. I can leave my email. It's on my website. My YouTube site. But I'll leave it in the chat right now. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So I mean, that's it. And like there's just there's some really good theorists out there that have a really good handle on this stuff. Which I didn't pull anything that I'm saying today directly from any one place. It's really just um, cumulative understanding, and then trying to put it in a way that, because I tend to understand the more technical stuff a little bit, but articulating it and then and putting it in a palatable, format, that's been where I realized a disconnect for me at first. And then I realized if it was a disconnect for me, it must be for a lot of people, where, the language and so on and the concepts that are being used are just so vast and outside the scope of normal understanding, when it could really just be put into plain English.
Well,
I mean,
if you really understand sound as a waveform that pushes upon something, then if you say God spoke us into existence, then he pushes on the ether with sound by just saying a word, and it creates everything. It makes perfect sense.
it's absolute, like, it's absolute truth to me, what you just said. And in fact, coming into this, I was thinking about some of the things, like I might just say to throw it in there. It's like one breath, one word, you
Yeah.
know. And if you think about one breath, one word, um, and then you look at what I was writing down, that is that interaction, that initial interaction, the no frequency waveform, the distortion, the prima materia, the mist from the cloud. It's there's the cloud, and the cloud is everywhere, but it's most prevalent in the highest forms. Then you have the mist from the cloud. Then you have the rain droplets. Then you have that big pounding rain. And then you have a point in time where the big pounding rain, it's a droplet, but it's being rained on still, and that droplet is just, now it's a puddle, then it's a pool, then it's an ocean. And it's that exact progression. But the crazy thing is, the ocean is in the cloud. The
Yeah.
cloud never went away. And the mist is always there. It's
No, you're
exactly
right.
what it is. And that brings up a esoteric belief of mine, that, and why English is just the most profound language, because it's why it's used by science. It's why it's used in medical. Sorry, but I'm just saying that word. Like terminology and so on, is because it's one of the only languages that pick and chose all of its roots, prefixes, and suffixes to create professional terminology that dates back to what it actually was supposed to mean in the first place. Which is why when you talk about something that's sublime, and you're talking about something spiritual, religious, even, something is sublime in nature, well, the root of that is sublimation. To have something go from solid to gas, from dense to undense. That's what this entire thing is. It's a cycle. And
Yeah.
because it's all one and the same, energy and so on can and is matter, and matter can easily return to its higher forms as well. I mean,
Well, if you think about it on simplistic terms, we are energy, and when we return to the ground, we become energy still, and then we get back to the ether as energy, and then we just come back in a different form. That's all it really is. It's a
yeah.
cycle for us as well.
Now, if you look at the Mandelbrot set, and you look at the fractals that are involved in it, and then you think about um, higher dimensionality and localities and so on, and you think about the fact that here we are, energy matter beings that have, in my opinion, energy matter and energy minds, you know, um, it makes sense that when the matter comes back up, okay, as far as it's going to, and it meets with that energy in that field that creates time being relevant, right? That's what life is, and the higher up in that, the further away from matter you are while still maintaining a material presence, the the mind is of the upper energy planes, not of here. So the higher you are up on that energy plane while maintaining your physicality, okay, is the better that or it doesn't necessarily make you a better person. I think there's a difference between morality and high locality resonance, but you know that's sort of in essence what might be the difference, let's say, between a human being and a hamster. I don't think that a hamster is as high on that energy level field as a human being necessarily is, but then who knows, maybe they're all psychics and they just
It feels like the squirrels out back are psychics because they know exactly where I'm at and where I'm going. That's for sure, and where all the food is.
well, remember, time space is local and it's subjective. Okay, so when you look at a cat that jumps out of the way of a snake bite, and that a snake can strike instantaneously, yet the cat could see it coming and anticipates it and gets out of the way, and its reflexes are just simply that much better. We're not seeing from the perspective of the cat and how their locality of time space is necessarily processing.
Their whiskers pick up the frequency before it even gets to them. It's just like hitting a fly on the wall with your fly swatter. Did you know that if you whack it real fast, it has a chance to move? But when you go extremely slow, it doesn't, because it can't pick up the different frequency pattern in the fly swatter. So it's so much easier just to go super slow, like in slow motion, and just cover the fly, and you'll get it every time.
Right. And that's why if you have an electric fly swatter, why you whack them, and as soon as you feel that little tap, you hit the button. By the way, I gave myself very bad tennis elbow one time with that. Blew it out for like a month.
Oh my God. That's so funny.
Yellow jackets in my backyard.
I wanted to yellow jackets. I had a bunch of them on my back door one day. I'm out there with the vacuum cleaner. My wife thought it was the most hilarious thing I ever. I'm out there with a shop vac sucking up a bunch of bees. Anyway, I was going to show this to you, and I just wanted to see your thoughts on it.
Yeah.
And we're looking at kind of energy patterns, and I always thought it to be the straight lines means how you build it, and the curved lines are how it flows. So anytime that I see a mandala somewhere, I see the differences in the two. I don't know if it makes any sense to anyone else, but this is kind of how I see it. How do you see these things?
Well, I think that the factor that would really make the biggest difference is how many channels and what you're sending down them. Just because all of the interactions would be very subject to that. So, what are you talking about sending down it?
See, we're building oh man, I moved it. Hold on one second. Something like this. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. Right. So you have the red wire and the green wire. So are those two separate channels?
Yeah, they're two separate things, and I built it that way because it's just like a demonstration model. I just wanted to see what the patterns were, right? So every time we build it, there's patterns and energy flow to it and exactly how you created each shape, right? And it produces a field that comes along with it. And we were talking about in the pre-show where the energy goes from one thing to the next. So as I look at this, right, if I took out an individual wire and I just told you that the energy pattern went here, but then it went back to the other side here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm creating an energy flow, but that's in magnetics. So as magnetics go, then static electricity goes. So then it goes in a flow. So you have the straight lines that create the magnetics that go through it. Then you have the energy flow on the outside, which is the static that goes over top of it. So it's also influenced by the magnetic field, the whole thing. So it constantly creates a torus structure, even though it's built in flat layers.
Well, that does make sense because of the way it's wrapped. Ultimately, you're going to have some directional flow in it. I mean, the magnetic fields generally, anytime you're dealing with magnetism as a whole, you're going to be looking at toroidal fields. That's just how they act. What do you I have a lot of commentary. It's just I don't know where you're trying to go with the coil in order to know where my commentary should go. Because here's my thoughts. Anyway,
Go ahead.
all right. Now, if you run two separate frequencies, okay. No, let's put it differently. If you run the same frequency of a different amplitude, okay, through each of the wires, and then we look at my fancy chart, and you kind of map the directional flow of the current or the frequency current, through those paths. Each time they cross, okay, depending on the flow and the phase, of it too. Like there's like so many variables, which is why I'm saying it's like very hard when you have that many interactions, but realistically the output of it is going to be the sum of the difference at any given time.
Okay.
So that could be, depending on if they're in phase or out of phase, and depending on what the variation of the amplitude would be how powerful the output is and at what sequence it's ultimately, because there could be polar shifts at certain points, depending on where in the phase it is. There could be polar shifts, which could lead to irregular results.
What I guess what I'm getting at is we talk mostly today in more of a spiritual aspect, and then into actual matter and how it forms, right?
Yep.
And this is more of a energy and how it interacts in the world in which, at the point we're at, right? So I guess the whole thing is they created these thousands of years ago, right? Yet they're completely relevant at this very moment. We're creating these shapes in order to create energy in different ways right now. This is something that we're just getting into, or some people have been into it for 10 years or 15 years, but we're starting to get into energy flow as a pattern and understanding it. That's where I'm going with it, because some of this geometry, they call it sacred geometry, and we're looking at it in order to produce the same thing that the actual Earth is producing now. We're trying to create the ether in it. And in some cases, I know people who actually have, and they have the right documentation, for it. So I just found it so interesting as we're talking about this kind of stuff that we would have these kind of forms produced in these shapes as we build it to produce different interactions in the world based on how it goes. Because I just think the whole thing is built on geometry, not on algebra or anything else. It's a geometry equation.
Well, it absolutely is a geometry equation. In fact, everything at its root is geometry. Everything. When you talk about so that's a good example, I guess. When you're talking about a disturbance in the plane potential that causes the incoherence, that incoherence is some sort of geometrical anomaly that's caused, that pressure. Okay, it's that anomaly and that differentiation in the otherwise perfect or non-existent, if you want to call it that, plane. It's that differential that is the cause of everything. Now, what that differential is, what the factors in that are, and how that ultimately culminates down the chart to form energy and ultimately create these patterns, right? Is kind of all in the same, so whatever. And this, I don't know enough about it really to make commentary beyond what I kind of already said about the quartz, even though I'm pretty well versed in crystals and their formation. Okay, because that's what these are, is crystal formations. You should always think in terms of that when you're thinking about geometry, especially sacred geometry, because it's these repeating fractal patterns that create those patterns in the first place. I only assume that the exterior forces of other localities in conjunction with internal locality forces, somewhere down this chart, are main influencing factors on those formations. I think that the geometry of the coils, like how significant those windings in particular order would be to yield some specific result would be depending on what you're trying to achieve out of it.
Well, one of the keys, I'll just let you know, how you wind it matters absolutely the most. If you do not wind it correctly, you counter out all the fields. So you won't produce the right result. Or if you build the wrong shape in the geometry, it'll create an unwanted energy. Okay. So that's why I bring it up, because it has to do with people and how they interact with it. You know what I mean? They have to create the correct geometry just like we did in the past. And you have to learn the lessons of it. They always have to put things in 2D, but they're not. Like you were saying with positional stuff, we're in 4. We're in 4 dimensions. You have to start thinking of it that way. And that's why I say you take a flat coil. Now I'm going to put that into a 3D shape, right?
Definitely should.
Yeah. Now I'm going to put that into 4D. As I come away from it, it's an expanding field in the 4th dimension. So it's how you get over thinking about a flat coil in order to project the energy out of it. You have to be able to see that. That's how this whole process works. Like, for instance, I got a rodent coil over here, right? It's more of a 3D version of coiled flow, okay? Where this is more of a 2D version where you see the flat, coils one on top of the other. But they're doing almost the same job. In the field flow geometry, that's where I'm getting at. So when you get in...
Can I for 1 second, because I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, because
Go ahead.
I mean, please do. I think that putting a field out of the coil is the wrong way to think about it. Okay, because of locality. Okay, and because of where the actual forces of the fields converge in the center of the torus and within the torus. Okay, which is where what you need to take place is taking place. So, if you're going to take a flat coil and you're going to make it into a 3D shape, okay, it's to create a 4D field, then yes, but inside, not okay. So here it is. So now what's it doing on the outside? No, put it inside. That's what I think.
it's a revolving point, the inside.
Think
So
of
the
macabre.
inside, yeah, the inside your ether. So right here's your ether, okay? And it's always going to flow around and back in, but it always makes a new one every time. So it's not one field going around to another, just like a magnetic field, right? It's one building a new one, building a new one, building a new one, and it keeps going like this. Now, there are some instances when things work in reverse when you play with electricity. Okay. Sometimes
Yeah.
you're not pushing something out, you're pulling something in. So,
If so, and again, if I'm off base, correct me because I'm still learning, but the harder you push these things, okay, it's like the more output, the faster the input, like on a torus motion. So the more that comes out, the harder it sucks in. The more that pushes out, the harder it sucks in. So if you're talking about putting a field out of the thing, you actually want less flow through it, because then you can actually propagate the most outside of the coil. The harder you push it, you're actually taking the external forces and you're condensing it into a tighter form, which again, I'll point to the chart 100 times because I'm really telling you, I truly believe it's all in there. It's all about condensation. When you're going down, it's about condensation. Now, when you're going up, it's about breaking down what's already there. So if you bear in mind the simple fact that everything's a effing wave, good, Nathan. If you keep in mind that everything's a wave,
okay. So,
right?
yeah,
You just need to get it back to wave form.
so when you talk about it, we scale in frequency, we don't scale in voltage. Okay. And
Right.
when I say voltage, I'm talking about an overall amps and volts mix, or in wattage, I should say. We don't scale that way. We scale it in frequency. Okay. So that's the difference in one of these coils. So when you say put less in, that's absolutely correct. But it's going to produce more out because of the frequencies. You're dealing with resonance, and then you're not only dealing with resonance, you're dealing with a resident frequency, which is 2 pulse waves along with a burst of energy, say, okay? Or it's 2 frequency waves and a pulse wave is probably the best way to say it.
Mhm.
So it's like putting piezoelectricity into your Tesla coil. If you hit it at the right point, you're going to get a masterful amount of energy coming out of it, right? Well, that's all we're doing here. The hardest part to get across to somebody is saying, I don't want more energy into it. It's counterproductive. Just like you just said, I want less energy, but I want more frequency. But you don't necessarily have to put more frequencies in it. You have to be able to resonate something as a pure resonance to one another.
Mhm.
Once you do, the frequency of that resonance will change. It will drop by at least maybe from what I've seen, if your coil resonates at 300 and then you put 300 into it on the primary, you're going to get about 260 as your resonance point. Okay, and that's in kilohertz. On every Tesla coil that I've done with the parts that I'm using on my ZVS, it's happened that way. It changes. So when you also deal with heat and cold, the inside will change the amount of energy in the heat because it removes the amps. Okay, it allows it to get cold, and it pushes the amps to the outside. Okay, it generates the field by itself. All you have to know is how to flow it.
Well, isn't how to flow it just based on harmonics?
If you set it up that way and build each one individually, yes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, everything I've been talking about has been 2-channel, or
That's
you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, to think that you get it done. You could create portions of it with one input.
but it
You
won't
cannot
be right.
create right. You can create portions of it with one input, but you need more than one in order to get
So
the effect.
let me just tell you, Gerald, who you've probably seen a lot,
Oh,
is
yeah.
a master at this. Absolute master at energy flow. I will tell you that right now. That man knows more than we ever will.
I
Okay?
wouldn't. I wouldn't know because he never shows us.
Oh,
Gerald.
well, he gave us the biggest world beater last week that for anybody who wound a coil would be absolutely amazed in how he did it. Okay.
I love it. I love
That's
his presentations. He's so knowledgeable.
well, it's that there are two, and I always built one. In this coil I built over here, I built one. It's two. And that's one of the biggest things that he did. It's one from the other. It's a bifilar. So that's one of the biggest differences, getting the correct reaction versus getting what I got, which was a big pile of, you know what, I got wall art. You know what I mean? I go hang this on my door at Christmas time, and you know, somebody think it's a nice piece of wall art. That's what
Listen, I think it's beautiful.
Well, it's supposed to be his wall art, I guess. No, I'm just trying to bridge the transition for you when I talk about this stuff from
Absolutely.
where you are versus where we're putting it today to build it out to become what you're saying. I guess it's not become that way, to get back to where it was. You know what I mean? I guess to understand it both ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and nothing about why I wanted to come on today really had much to do with new information. I think it was just kind of repackaging it in a way that it's like, I mean, to me, it made it more understandable. I know I convoluted it quite a bit, but I always do. Like, what am I going to, but there's a lot of complex things at play here. And I think that once the understanding that all is one of the same, it's just a different derivative and it's based on different interactions of the same. And it's more about cumulative subtraction as opposed to cumulative addition. That way, you figure out the biases and like what's left over after these interactions take place, and then being able to place them in knowing what it is. Like, plasma is ion fields, and that's made up of something. What is that? Well, we know a lot about the charge of it and the relevance of the charge, and we understand where it's getting those ions from is material, which is like there's certain gaps that have to be bridged, even though we use the terminology all the time, to garner the full understanding of how those components interact in any one of these supremely complicated interactions. Because even if you only have two frequencies coming into one coil and another coil with two frequencies, or one coil with however you're managing a system, you have the reaction of one, you have the result of the other, then you have the two coming together, and it's not what they add up to be, but rather what the difference between them is. And anytime you're dealing with some form of force, a form of locality, it's all about creating that locality. That was the purpose of me wanting to even bring any of this up, is creating locality and the forces necessary to work independently, yet cumulatively together to create the end result, of the locality in which you're building it in. And that's like, and again, it goes into multiple localities, and it always does.
Yeah. So I always look at it like this. If you look at the, sky and under the ground, not the ground itself, but it's like an anode cathode relationship. You have two pieces of energy that want to be linked. If you allow them to get close enough in any way, they'll link and create sparks between them. If you slightly pull them apart, you'll get a lot of plasma. And in some areas of the world, we see plasma. Like if you go to Alaska and stuff like that, you'll start to see plasma formations, right? But the higher state, or where we're at, is we're on a capacitor plate, and here is the cathode up here, right? So we're just far enough where that we're getting a static electric effect pushed on us and held us down to this capacitor plate. When we rub upon the capacitor plate, we create a static energy on ourselves, okay? And then it flows all around us. However, in order to beat gravity, you need that static state to be able to move and attract back to the top. Now, when you think about it that way, anti-gravity is not that hard. The harder part is going to be breaking out of the Earth's atmosphere and get a propulsion factor upon it. Okay, so that's just how I see it. We're in a place where it's all electric fields, and we have to learn how to manipulate them properly. And I get a lot of people that say, "Well, you can't put static electricity in there," but that's not necessarily true. You have to have it because it's the only attractive force that's going to allow you to raise up off the ground.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I don't know a ton about it, but I know that it had come up in some of my rabbit holes and stuff. But like MHD propulsion, which is it's the same exact thing that we've been discussing all along, and takes into consideration like a lot of like Bendel's type plasmoid theories and some of his vortex theories, and it makes it into less of a field consequential system, and takes all those same fields and forces and makes it into a fluid type of force. So when you actually move the fluid, it's the fluids creating the fields, because you have one conductive electrolyte, and then you have one ferromagnetic solution that's charged opposite and counter rotating in basically a pump, and it's those interactions of those fluid fields at that point that create thrust. They create thrust, but they also create lift. Now, I mean, look, if it was as simple as just as described, well, I mean, I would love to believe that it would just be happening already, like on planet Earth. But realistically, my understanding is that in space travel, having that ionic thrust, and then being able to tap into my little chart there and figuring out how you're going to bend time, in space, which, I mean, I always said, it's like, well, here's your plane, and well, there's your thing that's causing gravity, and there's your gravity. Well, what happens when you take your locality, and in your simple locality, you just stretch the page. I mean, I've heard things like, well, you bend the page, in your locality, and well, there's all sorts of cool ideas, but it all comes off of the same exact thing, which is you're not trying to change everything. You're just trying to change the interaction in a small location that allows you to fulfill your needs. So yeah, floating up out of space in this atmosphere, yeah, tough, but if you figure that out, probably less tough to figure out how to breeze through space. If you figured out how to get the mass off the ground without propulsion, I think that's the same exact mechanism that ultimately brings you somewhere faster. I think that one and the other, they're the same. I don't know them to be any different.
It's the field you create, because let's go back just a minute. You cannot build enough static electricity anywhere to get anything to lift. Okay, let's just get that out there for everybody knows it. You cannot put enough force on something to get it to lift with electrostatics. It doesn't work. Okay? You have to create a bubble around it. And you have to pressurize the electrostatics into a spot. That's the difference. That's where a lot of people lose the understanding here. They think, hey, get electrostatics, we can create a charge on the thing. We can take the charge and manipulate it to one side of it, and that'll create enough pressure, that'll reduce force, and we're good to go. Well, that's just not the whole answer. You have to create the field around it in order to pressurize the electrostatics, in order to get things not to go upon it. That's why I always say gravity is like snow. It falls, it falls, it falls. And if you create enough resonance, okay, and you create a field around that with the resonance, it cannot settle upon it. It cannot stay on it. Therefore, you can manipulate how you force against it, okay? Or if it even forces against it, it may just rise up without any force whatsoever.
Without any force, right? That's the monks.
Yeah, it might just go right up without any force because it's completely not in this environment anymore. It's in its own environment. And that's the whole key there. I've seen a lot of people, and I've seen NASA explain it as static electricity. Well, yeah, you could put a lot of force. I could put several pounds of pressure on an item that weighs grams. But you know what? It's still not going to lift in the air. Not even a chance. Okay? So you have to create that Tesla coil field. You have to have a rotating Tesla coil field. And I'm not talking about the wire going around it and rotating. A physically rotating Tesla coil is what you have to have, so it thickens the field on the outside. It's the only way to contain all of that static electricity, because remember, the fields are not, how do I say this? They're not where it's not permeable. Okay, it's going to allow things in and out. Okay, no matter how you do it. Okay, so you have to compensate for that. Okay, we were talking about this before. It's going to have some leakage, and no matter what you do to it. So your best thing is get the highest amount condensed possible so that the electrostatics themselves will change the environment. It'll also create a little heat on the outside, which we all know when the heat gets there, boom, raises straight up.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. I know it's coming.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I just got to get people on the same page with me because they're not there yet. And it's probably because they don't know how to manipulate energy the right way. They keep converting watts instead of breaking it down to, you know what I mean, what it's supposed to be, the base.
I mean, look, I don't claim to know anything. I've said it 100 times, and it'll be 200 more as long as you ever talk to me. But in this whole entire thing, you never heard me mention voltage one time. You know,
I know.
And there's a purpose for that, because I mean, listen, voltage is a thing, but its derivative is what you're after, not the voltage.
You're
Exactly.
after the potential or ether, however you want to phrase that. That's what you want.
Yeah, and you know, it's gonna happen, and you know, I mean, I do wish I was in a place that, and I wish very little, you know, but like I do wish I was in a place where like I could actually hands-on like do some more of this stuff and like kind of put my ideas, you know, into greater practice. But like frankly, I'm just having fun playing with it in my head right now anyway. And I mean, you know, I would really like to see somebody, you know, create a couple scalar crystals and shoot it into a thing of plasma. Frankly, if anybody's going to want to take advice from me, you know, and wrap it in a dielectric,
we might have to put that together. We'll
I'm
talk
just saying,
off air on exactly how to put it together, but we may have to just build something.
Yeah, I think that like you said, the struggle of it tends to be right. I mean, you're saying how to compress it, how to contain it, you know, but derivative of that is just how to direct it, how to focus it.
Yeah.
If you know how to hold it and then you know how to point it somewhere, half the battle. Frankly, I think that we should just shoot a whole bunch of this energy into each other and be like, you'll see what happens. All right.
No. When I try that, things blow up in my garage. Okay. If I have an uncontrolled amount going into one thing,
say you'd end up on the news if you try what I'm telling you, but the news crew might be going to your house and get sucked up into what you created.
Yeah. Oh, I'll definitely look. I live between two Air Force bases. They would definitely be here in seconds. Okay, you know what I mean? I wouldn't work.
But what was that flight 828 Manifest? You ever see that show?
No, I haven't.
Oh wow, that's a good one. I want to watch that. It's about ball lightning and made a plane disappear, but then the passengers came back mysteriously, but it was 5 years later, but they hadn't aged a day.
Wow. Now I'd have to see that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Then they had a death date and they had to try to basically make peace with their situation before their death date. And then when that came, they died, but then they came back as if nothing happened and only they remembered. Very fascinating. And there was a lot of stuff to do with like this sort of stuff in there. Yeah.
I'll have to watch that. That sounds really interesting.
Very, very cool show.
Is it a TV series or is it a movie?
It was on ABC for years, but then they canceled it. But everybody was like, how could you leave it like this? So Netflix picked it up and finished it off. So I think it's all on Netflix now.
Oh, I have to find my Netflix. That service, man, they annoy me.
Yeah, not my favorite either, but
Yeah, they keep having me type in stuff to go to my email and stuff, and it's fine if I'm sitting in front of my computer, but when I'm in the house, man, I just want it to work. I really don't care what their policy is. I don't care anything about their environment. I want to hit the button and have it on. That's all I care about. So, anyway, here or there, that's just my thought on it. So,
I mean, have you tried to sheath the thing with like aluminum yet?
So, yes, I have 4 different versions. I only show one. And I try to keep it simple because everybody will mix every version up. Okay. So I have a plastic plate in the center of one. I have a solid steel plate in the other. I have a solid state version, and I have my old school version that my second one I created, not my first one. That one's in pieces somewhere in my garage. Okay. God knows where that one is. I do not show the other 3 versions, and it'll just confuse people. They're for general testing. You know what I mean? But yes, yeah. I have done it, and I have hooked my Tesla coil to it, and I have spun it really fast. Okay. And I have seen the field come out in there, and it holds in a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. So yeah, I've done every test to it with that. I've done fog. I took my granddaughter's little bubble maker and I shot a bump of bubbles at it. I wanted to see where they were popped, if it would actually start to take on the bubble a little bit, if there was any kind of interaction with it, with the voltages or anything like that. So yeah, I've done a billion tests, and that's why I
don't know if, like, what I'm saying really level. Did you try to cover it though? Like the inner work? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's in the solid state version. It's
the solid state. Oh, okay.
It's a completely covered shell. It completely covered. So I'll bring a picture of it. Let me see if
I'm sorry if I didn't see that one. I saw your latest one.
No, I didn't pull. I did not put it out, and
we got a spoiler.
Yeah, do not think I will, but I will show you one of the next parts of it. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed this before, and there's very few parts in it, and there's a good reason for that. It doesn't really need a whole lot. So this is what my CAD version looks like.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that looks good.
So What it is basically the same thing NASA was working on. I'm taking electrostatics and I'm making the two large plates in the center. They're going to be like power on the top, power on the bottom is the way this works. And all you have to do is there's another corresponding plate on the bottom, an orange one. You can barely see it.
I see it down there.
Either one's turned on, the top or bottom, it'll go towards that direction. I'm creating pressure and force. I'm also creating electrostatics on the inside of it in a chamber. I also have a Tesla coil in the center. It also creates the outside field. The whole thing works in rotation. So how I'm going to get it to rotate, beyond where it's on the bench, I do not know. But at right here, I'm showing it so that you understand it's in rotation. I have motors on it that connect to it that rotate it. Okay. So you get all the fields from it so you could do all your scientific work. That's basically what it is. There are no moving parts. They don't rotate. The fields rotate inside, but they don't physically rotate. All that junk and motors and all of it's gone. It doesn't need it.
Yeah, right. There's no parts. That's what I'm saying. That's very cool.
That's it. There's nothing else there. So is this an interesting?
What field is it putting on the outside of it?
So it's putting the Tesla coil field.
Okay. So you have the static field on the outside.
Not static. It's more of electromagnetic. The Tesla coil field, yeah. The inside is pure static.
Okay.
I know it's a little different than what my gravity flyer is, but think about it. If I took the top orange plate and I rotated it and I put high voltage on it, I'm creating an electrostatic field that rotates, right?
Right.
All I'm doing is filling up a compartment with electrostatics. If I told you that the plate right there is the same as the center plate and all I'm doing is attracting it towards the orange plate, I'm doing the same thing here. Okay? All I'm doing is simplifying it. My rotation is how I build the actual coil that goes on for that big black plate right there. That's it.
All right.
So, yeah, I'd love to show it, but I don't think I will. This is one of those things that's sitting on my test bench that nobody plays with. You know what I mean? And
that's fair.
It's what keeps me ahead of everybody else, why everybody else is still thinking it's the same one I always show. So, anyway, that's just...
Yeah, no, listen, I think that's awesome. I mean, it makes total sense. And now that I'm looking at it and I see exactly what you're saying, very neat.
Yeah, it's once you get past that level of everything's got to be in rotation mechanically to I need to put this in a solid state form, but I need to apply all the lessons learned from every part of the mechanical part, right? That's what that is. And the second you put a bunch of these out there, I'm going to get, does it lift yet? Does it lift yet? Does it lift yet? Does it lift yet? And I've about had enough of that. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's going to do what I want it to do when I want it to do it. And that's it. And that's where I'm at with it. So I can't even get people to understand the simple oscilloscope and how it makes to amplify the power. So they still think high voltage is all the power goes into it. And that's all they think about these things. And I'm laughing at myself going, are you kidding me? Did you even listen to one video? Because then you would have understood nothing works without the electrostatics and nothing works without the Tesla field. And when you don't hook them up right, just go stand in the corner because you're not here. You know what I mean? You're not listening. I got a guy that argues with me right now on electricity created in Russia versus the U.S. And he's trying to tell me there's a major difference, right? Well, when you take a circuit and I break it down into volts and amps and heat and cold, I'm manipulating the voltage so much, it really does not matter how it's built. Don't care what phase it's in. I don't care the frequency that's put into it. I'm 100% going to change it before it hits that machine. So, and the guy,
what you just said, and everything I've been saying, it doesn't matter what the difference of the electrical input that you're putting in is. It's because at the end of the day, it's frequency. It's frequency. The power that you're putting in is generating your machinery to generate the frequency. At that point, it's the output of that is being utilized. It has nothing to do with what's plugged into the wall, or even if it was a battery. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, it's the frequency that's generated. I don't know, man. Like,
When you change the frequency, you can change between an airborne electricity or a magnetic frequency. If you can understand that, then this is not so hard.
It's there.
Yeah.
Keep on pointing
already there.
Monitor, you can't see. It's there.
Yeah. It's that easy. And a lot of people can't get past the magnetic coil. I get it all the time. People just can't get over it. And they want to tell me electric basics. And I go, well, buddy, we're way beyond that. And,
and I watch your videos, and I think you damn well know I love watching your stuff. I'll watch it for hours on end, and I'll sit there and I'll listen and I'll banter and blah blah blah. But like, at the end of the day, like, there's only so much interest I have in watching other people, spin coils. It's more just about the community or picking up that little fragment, like for me personally. But, everyone's at different points in their journey of it, and whether or not they ever really get it, is like they're either gonna or they're not. It'll either click or it won't. The fact is that you can't get hung up on what you think you know. Like, ever. No matter who you are, no matter what you think you don't ever get so hung up that your mind couldn't be changed, or that you shouldn't look at the same thing from a different lens, because that's where, and it's no criticism. I know I was breaking chops at the time, but I forget who it was. But they were talking about trying to get it to work, and they're like, just do what is already known. Don't think about it. Don't play with it. Just follow the directions. It's already known. You'll get there by following the directions. You follow the directions, you're going to learn a concept of something that maybe you don't understand, and that's not bad advice in that regard. In the context of tinkering and trying to, create something that might not just be the replica of something else already done. Like, you're not actually figuring anything out that way necessarily. You could watch other people do it and figure it out without ever having to do it yourself, and then go and buy yourself a little electric motor for $5 at the store, and that's it.
Hold on. I do not agree with that in this way. When other people do it, you didn't learn the intricacies of why they did it. Okay? This is one of the biggest disconnects in physics. You didn't do the experiment, but you pontificate on the experiment. And that bothers me, because you didn't learn the laws of that experiment. So now you're violating the law in your mathematics because you did not learn it correctly. That's one of the biggest disconnects we have in physics right now, is that someone goes out and they say, okay, mathematically, this looks like it works. But when you put it in there for field testing, it's a complete piece of junk. So that's my only caveat to that whole thing.
That's fair.
If it's a simple AC or DC motor, I completely agree. Okay.
Hey, let me ask you, because I consider you the authority on the cutting edge, as far as I'm concerned. Out of the ideas that I've said here today, again, what are your criticisms of that? Because I'm not the best presenter. I'm trying to work on that and organizing my thoughts. I know I'm a little all over the place sometimes, but that all said, do I have an understanding of this the way that I'm structuring it, and are these ideas correct as far as because I'm looking to not be stuck on anything. Like, I need to be able to mold it into what works,
So when I first heard the idea of the center being calm, I was immediately taken back. Okay. And it's because of where I'm working on something now. I never see the calmness in it. Okay. With that said, I always see it as a raging amount of energy in the center. Okay. However, it makes perfect sense because I'm skipping ahead steps. So I'm on step 10 right now in my head. I never took the time to go back to step 1. Okay. And it made perfect sense when you say it's completely calm. Then we get the first resonance in it. We get the first frequency. Okay. Then it makes perfect sense. Okay. I had to get myself around the idea, as you spoke about it in the beginning, of stop what you're thinking about all the energy already being there. You have to start to think of where you started with the energy. How did it come into existence? That blew my mind because I'm sitting here listening to you for the second time because we talked about it before, then we talked about it on air, and it was hitting me as you're saying it. We're not in that level of it's already there. We're in the level of it just not being there yet. You know what I mean? There's nothing. Then there's something. So it blew my mind completely. Okay.
Right. It's potential. That's
Right.
that's what it all boils down to. And that's why I said about the quantum stuff too. It's like it's here and it's not, and maybe it's here and maybe it's there, and it's not until you measure it until you know, and blah blah blah. Well, that's in there. That's the whole point. The idea is that wave propagation is just that, but it doesn't. It could potentially be all these things until it's acted upon. Now, to me, that's the observation. The interaction is the observation, right? That's how they like to put it in quantum, right? And that's exactly what I was trying to describe here, by deconstructing something and then showing its reconstruction all the way through. So I'm glad that like that you were able to see that in it, because I wasn't sure how clear it was. It's very hard to describe something that's something and nothing. Everything,
there's no
everything
energy.
and nothing.
There's no energy without the beginning frequency. There's no amplification of that energy without the resonance of those frequencies.
Right.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. It's distortion. Prima materia.
Yeah.
You got to give it the Italian hands when you say the prima materia. It's the stuff everything's made out of. It's like garlic. It's like physics garlic. Goes in everything.
I have so much fun breaking it down this way because it's like you get so stuck in the experiments that you're doing every day, right? And I get in that all the time where it's like, okay, I got to do this to get this, do this to get this. I don't get to stop and just think about things all the time like you did, and get to slow it down and get to, you know what I mean? Because I'm always thinking about the next project or what I have to do, and it makes everything more complicated than it needs to be.
Some, like the but whys, well, we have this type of field, but why? Well, it's this kind of energy, but why? And you just say, but why, until, but why is just because, and you reach that just because at that point it's like, well, you could speculate, but now you're getting into things other than physics. And I think that's where physics messes up too. They're so stuck on, well, what caused it? Like, your locality is in such a low place that it doesn't even matter why at that point. The fact is that we're part of this reaction that's ongoing, and this reaction is ours because we're able to realize it, and that's right. That's what they say about consciousness, right? What makes you conscious? Well, I mean, there's all sorts of people that'll tell you all sorts of things. The worst thing that they ever said was realizing yourself is consciousness, realizing that you exist. I mean, that would mean that most things that don't know what they are, that means that that they're not conscious when there's something there. But, like the thing about like Tesla saying, like a crystal is conscious, well, there's validity to that too. But if you look at the chart, the lower you go down on the chart, as far as simplistic matter is concerned, with a crystal being, although the most organized, pretty much in its pure form, the most simple structure, because it's it's organized. It's organized as dictated by the higher fields, right? It's not really subject to space. The same as energy is not subject so much to time. Though those low forms of matter are not subject to space.
Oh, that brings up something we talked about. I just got to ask you. We're talking about this space time or frequency equals 1 over time. What do you have?
I'm a proponent of space time because I believe, okay, I'm putting it out there, belief, not whatever, that there's a gradient. There's a gradient that exists that's actually in the chart between time, space, and how much it matters to matter and energy in its constituent forms, in those actual physical. So, like, for instance, there's a certain point in time where when you cross over Planck's distance of time, where time doesn't exist at all. You're outside of time at that point. At least as far as, remember, it's local. Okay. So just because you're outside of local time doesn't mean that you're not in some other time. Okay. But you're outside of that particular time locality, right? And once you cross Planck's distance, which in my opinion, again, occurs after frequency is propagated in a waveform. Okay. So that's when time doesn't matter any longer. Now, everything from that point downward, okay, time becomes more so significant, okay, to the energies that it interacts with and the matter that it interacts with. Then when you look at the other side of the spectrum, there's a certain point in time where and I'm sorry, I said that the wrong way. I've said a lot of things. So it's
Go on.
Time does no longer matter to matter, okay, at that scale, at that Planck distance at that point. Okay. On the other hand, there's a certain point in time, I guess, or on the chart at least, where energy no longer matters in space. And that's all the way at the bottom of when energy descends to matter in a 3D substance form, and that itself is the mechanism to which it rises back up to then meet at that equilibrium point where time and space both matter to the matter, in equal forms, our reality, in other words, and that they're working off of each other, time and space, like this, yeah, time passes, space implodes, and you're sitting here still, but everything around you is wish-washing.
I think that we are in a time dilation field on the Earth, and that it ceases to exist outside the Earth once we get past all the waves that the Earth creates. And that sits still. And then the next field begins where the next planet begins, or the next sun begins, or the next center of the universe begins. You get what I'm saying? So
I do.
every one of them creates their own time dilation field. So if we're here on Earth observing time in one area, someone or something on another planet would see time in a completely different way. So they go by times and days. So 24 hours in a day to us. Take a planet somewhere else, it may be 36 hours, it may be 48 hours, but they're observing time differently than us. So we're in a time dilation field on the Earth itself. So
Correct.
when you bring space into time, I don't see time space as a moving object as much as the Earth would be. So I know it does, however, move. So any kind of movement is frequency, right? As soon as you rotate something, it has frequency. So frequency becomes 1 over time, always. So the two may be appropriate to put as equals, but I don't know that I like the idea of the way that they say space-time. I don't agree with the theory and how they present it. How they keep presenting this, basically sheet, and then you put a ball and it rotates around and it goes down the center hole. I just don't see it that way. Not in the way it's going.
I have some interesting commentary to that. So
okay, go ahead.
It goes back to locality, okay, and it depends, and it's relative. And Ulysses said relative perspective. That's exactly what it is, okay? Because here's the thing: you're absolutely right, okay, when you're saying that we are in a time dilation field, on the planet, okay. We are also individually on this planet in our own time dilation field, okay. It's subjective, okay, because we don't have a clock built into us that is able to objectively show the difference as if you to be able to send it. But there's an objective difference. It's why sometimes the time flies by and why you could be on one of these casts for 4.5 hours and it's like, oh my God, where did time go? It's because, in your own time dilation, like time did in fact go faster. Like it did. In fact, it's subjective, but it did. When you're talking about locality outside of the planet, because I think we could, if we're all going to agree on one thing, it's that the clock at at ground level, at sea level, barring any anomalies from other things that we didn't get involved in this conversation but did previously, like cavernous materials and this and that, like other phenomena that exist because of the chart, and other localities, once you go outside, that the clock is going to tick at the same 1 second objectively. That's the measure. Once you exit this locality of Earth and its immediate forces, you're still not escape of the forces in which this locality is interacting, because we are in a solar system. We have lunar interactions, okay, that have localities and time dilation effect. You have outside of this, you have the fact that all the planets are orbiting the sun and moving in some type of helical trajectory, and that's another locality in onto itself. Then you have all the objects in space that, are similar interferences. So one thing I will agree with is once you get outside of this, okay, well, then what? This solar system likely acts with another solar system. Well, the galaxy, okay, cool. Now you have another locality. So the objective measure of time in each of these localities may be different, but by virtue of wave propagation through space, the fact that there's wave propagation in the first place without being dismantled, okay, is, I think, proof that time must exist, because you can't have frequency without time. Now, how on that wave propagation, how time affects it through space. I mean, listen, I'm not an astrophysicist. Like, I'm literally a guy with a high school diploma. I used to I went to school for welding and to be an electrician, and I didn't like electrical work. Like, like it just is what it is. But, like I don't know how that affects it, but I'm going to say by virtue of transmission and receival that it doesn't break down. Okay. So I don't think that there's no time outside of it. There could be a place where you break out of that there is no time dilation whatsoever. Like if you want to think about it, like outside of all the membranes, okay, or in between membranes of localities, there could be voids in between membranes of localities, where time does not exist because you've crossed Planck's distance. But that's the key is Planck's, like I don't buy all of the math all the time that I hear, but that's one thing I do buy because there is something in relative to your experience, mind you, that's what it all is, relative to your experience or the experience of a wave or the experience of something, anything, right? Like there is a point where it's just too small to matter and too big to matter to the effect, the direct effect. The effects would become so subtle because of how far removed it is that whatever, but not necessarily no effect, maybe no measurable effect. I think for something of our size to not be subject to any time physically is physically okay. Is it? I don't know that to be possible. Time travel being more likely than the ability to be in no time physically. Mentally, I believe that you can transcend that because you're talking about energy, mind energy, as opposed to physical matter.
Okay.
Like, yeah, because there is a certain point in time where these things, they just all break down. There's a point in time where matter breaks down into plasma. Okay. Once it becomes too close to being out of time, it would vaporize. At least according to my stupid chart that I don't know. Right.
Well,
You know,
I'll say something like this. We were talking about water earlier, and if you understand it just like you do the sky, and you were making that correlation, if I said space was like that, and all I had to do was understand it in the viscosity of the space, then time isn't the same thing as it would take to get a rocket to the moon. You know what I mean? In that space, now I can transcend space in a different time. I can do it in a faster time than you normally would if I understood the viscosity of it and how to break that.
well, if you think about locality again, and we actually touched on this another time, but like not in the context that we're discussing it now so much. But if you have a locality, so your graph flyer's up and going, and you broke the atmosphere and overcame the radiation belt. Okay, you're just out there at this point. Okay, if you were to manipulate the local time of the craft, okay, to a point in time where it was slower than its surrounding relative environment of space, okay, then technically speaking, you can go faster than light because you've changed the curve. So you're never going faster than light. You're going light speed. Okay. But because the subjective time is different, okay, you're actually traversing more distance, okay, than the light would have otherwise have traversed. In fact, it's in that book that I sent you. It's it's somewhere in here. I don't know. If I find it, I'll show it to you, but it's basically it's a curve on a chart, and it shows you that if you manipulate time this way or that way, well, there's a certain point in time where the distance and the time don't there's no correlate there's less correlation. So you could objectively, to an outside observer, remember it's all relativity. To an outside observer, it would appear that you are going faster than light. Okay, if it were measurable,
Okay.
all things being equal, okay, it would appear to an outside observer that you are going faster than light, and you are objectively going faster than what we record the speed of light as. But because of the time manipulation, locally, you never break that law of physics.
So is light speed a bunch of garbage, or is
No.
it relative
Light-
to what we know?
Lights. Okay, so think about how we met. Like, let's stop light speed for a second. Let's talk about a car, because it's just much easier to get your head around. How do we measure speed in a car? Well, you're American like me, miles per hour, and if you're the hat of my country, then it's in kilometers. Per hour, time, distance per time. You manipulate the speed of time locally, then you could traverse more distance, okay, to you the same amount of time, okay, to objective space, because you're not in that locality because of your time dilation, okay. You did not go faster than the speed of light, okay, but objectively you did, because the time is locally different. So if you had a clock inside of the craft, and you slowed the time down, you have more time locally to cover the same distance, more time locally to travel that speed. Does that make sense? So if you're saying speed of light is the cap, you're going the speed of light. Okay, time around you is moving fast, but time where you are is moving slow. You're traversing more miles than the light would have traversed in that same time relative. But you never went faster than light.
Okay. I think light speed is wrong. The amount of time they give it. So whatever number they give for light speed, and I saw it just a minute ago, I don't think it's right. And here's why. It goes back to the viscosity aspect of it. Okay. It's like putting resistors. Okay. Every time I put in a resistor, based on the amount of the resistor, it slows it down. That's like the viscosity of it. Okay. I'm going to slow it down. However, when I get into space, I have very little resistance. So I have a very tiny resistor, right? The more that I can remove that resistance, the faster I go. But it doesn't mean that the light itself doesn't go faster as well. Okay?
Right.
When there's less resistance to everything, everything moves faster. When there's more resistance, it moves slower. Okay? That's just the way that most things work. So if you're looking at light speed, you don't have to bend the paper, okay? Because it's already like built into it. It's already built in because it's way faster because it has less objects in its way. You know what I mean? So it moves.
Well,
faster.
I do, yeah. I mean, but if you were dealing with a no resistance, like electrical circuit, okay, electrical circuits still work faster than light because they don't work off of everything works off of the same principles, but not the same rules, because of medium, the locality of the medium that it's traversing at that point, so the same as, the electric, the charge itself and the fields that it creates and so on. It's not inside of a copper wire. We've discussed that 1,000 times. We know this. It's outside of the copper wire. Well, what makes the copper wire, the electric? It doesn't. It's conductive, and the nature of something conductive is that it has free electrons. So when you pressurize the system, it moves the electrons. So, it's like a pressurized system that's always going to be ready to blow friggin' power out the other side. It's kind, I don't know that electricity with no resistance has speed. I think that's indefinite. I think that's instant. It's, if you want to call it quantum, it's it's what it is. I think, I don't know. But
Well,
although it's all the same, because light is a frequency, the frequency itself has to be propagated through a medium that's not already saturated with what it is. So it has to propagate and actually travel to wherever it's ultimately going to hit. Now, what's interesting about light is that if you shine it from one very far location and you have no particles or anything in the way, it'll go, and you can't see it in the middle. There's no light. You're like, wow, look at that light. No, you can't see it until it hits something.
okay. Light
because,
But I think when they say light speed, it's a misnomer. So, like you just said, there is nothing there until you can see it. So until the energy is being used, you don't see it. So light speed, we always think of as the speed of the actual light. It's not. It's the speed of the energy of the light. So if the light has no resistance, there won't be light. There won't be any visible light. You can't see it in the way we see it. It's just not. But when it hits something, then you can see the light because then it takes and uses the energy. Okay.
Right. Well, it's the delay of the delay of propagation and measurement. And the measure, it has to be manifest in order to be measured and not dispersed. Because but the dispersal is only done through interference, which it can, think about what all I'm saying here. There's no clean space. There's no such thing as clean space. Space is filled.
Oh, I agree.
Space is filled. Space is filled. Even if space is a vacuum, okay, you can never measure the vacuum by virtue of measuring the vacuum. Because anything that's at that level of stillness, okay, anything that could either exist in that space, okay, energy or material, disrupts the tranquility of the potential, therefore causing the rest. Not necessarily all of the rest, but detectable rest. So when you have a light wave traveling through the vacuum of space, it's interrupting the piece of the space all along. It might be a lot less resistance because there it is causing whatever interruption. Maybe the interruption's even occurring after the interaction to a degree, but there's no clean space.
But it also changes our perception of distance and how far we think things are away. Because they measure it in light speed, we could have a total different distance of how far the universe actually goes or where the next solar system is. You know what I mean? We could have a complete blank there. It could be closer than we think. It could be further away than we think. Because we're measuring in the wrong way. I agree.
I agree that we're measuring it in the wrong way. I think that's a very unreliable. There's too many variables between point A and point B to be deterministic like that. Like, oh, look at the redshift, and listen, I'm not saying it's not a thing, and I'm not a physicist. I don't know, but there just seems to be an awful lot between point A and point B. I mean, I want to talk about something interesting. Talk about mixing colors of light, because that doesn't mix like a paint palette. And what's interesting is, look at the chart. You know, not only does the frequency change, and that therefore the color changes, maybe to an unexpected color, but certain other colors will be brighter based on the bias offset of the interaction of the two different wavelengths. And that's if you're talking about two coherent light sources, I'm saying, you know, but even if they're not coherent, you just have more melding and stuff. You'll see stuff that's super fascinating that you're like, how come that spot's so bright? It's not like there's more light going to that spot. Well, the answer is because the offset of the wavelength propagation, you know, said that, well, at that point, a lot of it canceled out, became, you know, scalar light, so to speak, you know, became white light or, you know, mixed color light. But other points just got brighter because, well, that was remaining. Yeah. It's like how something you look at in anyday life, if you see something that's green, it's actually like whatever the opposite of green is. I forget off the top of my head in the light spectrum, purple, you know, like we're seeing green reflected, which means that the damn thing's purple because that's all it's absorbing. What it is made of is purple, but you see green.
Right.
Or red. Okay. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah. They got it mastered. I tell you in the chat, every time I need the answer, they have it.
Look, I want nothing more than to be corrected. And if somebody tells me that I'm out of my mind and totally wrong, that's what I want to hear. You know? So.
I love it though, because I love how they always, and I love watching them, the solar system shows. You ever see them, how they make this such a beautiful looking world, and they get like so entranced, like, oh my God, this is so great. I'd love to visit that place, right? And you realize when you're all done watching it and you go get a beer that they were totally full of it. They have no idea what that planet looks like, but they painted such a beautiful picture that you just want to believe it.
Hey, sorry, Nathan, I can't hear you. That's
it's all right. Camera giving up on you? Can you hear me now?
It's very low. I don't know why.
Oh, no idea.
Well,
the government.
That's
okay. The government's coming for you.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't know that what we discussed today, you know, if there's any questions I could answer, but if you want, what I can do is quit out, come back, see that the audio's back, and then if people have questions, I have the chat up. I can answer anything but again, I don't know anything. So
yeah, pull out real quick and then come right back in. You know what I mean? Pop in and pop out real quick, and hopefully Crypto will join us as well, and we can continue the conversation.
Okay, yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. We all have a few technical issues once in a while. I know that I'm subject to them. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, I think this is probably one of the most entertaining conversations I've had in a long time. Absolutely going everywhere with it. Not holding back on, you know what I mean, a lot of the things that people want to control. So I just want to thank everybody for hanging out with us and listening to the conversation, because it's absolutely an amazing one. So thank you guys all for that in the chat and participating and everything. So hopefully we'll get Joe back here in a minute, and we'll continue on our journey about talking about everything in space, voltage, stars, frequencies. It's so interesting, especially where we are and what we're doing with all the coils and stuff, and how we're starting to look at sacred geometry in them. So, Joe just popped back in. Let's see.
Hear you. That's great.
Oh, there you go. Anyway, I was just telling everybody how cool it was based on what we're doing and how we're going through everything on the channel with the coils and everything, and then how we're talking about this stuff and the ether and how it all ties in together. I just thought it was so interesting.
Yeah, I'm as always very happy that you included me to be a part of it. And I mean, it's not like I prepared an awful lot for this, but I had to, at least have enough organized in my head that I wasn't off on all sorts of tangents. So I try to take it as seriously as I possibly can. We're still having fun.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm putting up the chat right now, showing people
Cool.
say. Sorry. Don't mean to keep dead air or something like that, but no, it was just cool. So yeah, I think once I don't think I would ever take a starship based on what science is saying, put in a jump drive and expect to be where I'm going, should be by the time they calculate it. I think once they get in space, I think they'll have a better understanding of what it is, and we'll get a lot closer. So when we always hear like, your civilization's too young, and you say, no, we can go out there and do things. Well, I think the first thing we need to do is just travel our solar system and take out the measurements the right way. You know what I mean? And I know they have satellites that done it and all this stuff like that. Guys, we got people that don't even believe we've been on the moon. So, you know what I mean? We're going to have to do it. And, we're going to have to put on like a halfway Star Trek show to go around the whole, just our solar system so people understand it. You know what I mean? So we can all be on the same page. There's still people out there that believes we're on flat Earth. They don't believe the Earth is round.
Well, what's difficult about measuring objects in space, like for what it's worth, is that forget anything you know about measuring anything on Earth, because that does not apply. It can't, because you can't run a tape measure from point A to point B. Plus, there's curvature, and not for anything, the movement of the solar system, okay, is so much more complicated than your elementary school like science fair ever led you to believe. Like, it's not that there's no truth in it, it's just simply that you have rotating planets and rotating subplanet moons around objects that are then rotating around the star. But what's generally missing from the equation is that our locality is attached to a galaxy which is spinning. So basically, our planets are spinning while chasing a star, and spinning around the star in a chasing fashion. So first off, distance is going to be subject to all of that movement and is ever changing at any point in time, depending on the depending on the orbits of the different planets and so on. I think that getting the best measure of the solar system, if you want to think about it, should probably be the widest orbit that we have, of planets, measured in a circumference, and measured then by the overall furthest point of length from the sun and its effects on, mass in the solar system.
So let me ask you this, since you brought that up. What do you think about a 9th or a 10th planet? So,
I think that anything like that's in the scope of reason. I mean, I know that they say that Nibiru comes around every 35,000 years or 32,000 years or whatever it is. They thought Pluto was a planet, then they said it wasn't. Now they think it is again. Then you have the Kuiper Belt, and frankly, like trying to look for a planetary object within the Kuiper Belt is like, I'll be a little risky here without aggravating YouTube. It's like looking for a good moment on a blue static screen from back in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that was, maybe, I don't know. Well, it's gone. Forget it. You know, like,
I
and
get
that's sort of right, and that's sort of what the Kuiper Belt is, because you just have trillions upon trillions of celestial objects at that point, and like a lot of these interactions we're discussing, just the dynamic of their local interactions, and then in conjunction with the solar system interactions, are mind-bendingly difficult. I mean, that's why, like anything else, that's why they propagated out to the end of the solar system, is because if you want to think, like centrifugal, like type forces and stuff, they do exist. And when anything accumulates in any one area and it's like similar type stuff, we've already look at the chart. It tends to clump up together and kind of hang out there, So, yeah, I mean, I think 9th, 10th planets, sure, why not? It's not outside the scope of reason.
I always had a theory that when it comes to planets, like there's got to be a spot where they're born, there's got to be a spot where they disintegrate, and there's got to be fields, because anytime you have a rotating mass with any kind of electricity in it, you're going to have magnetism. So there's going to be fields. So there's going to be different spheres of energy, right? And I always thought that at some point, if a planet hits that sphere, right, of that energy, does it just strip everything off the planet? And will it then accumulate gases until it rebuilds itself? So if it's Jupiter, was it once a solid planet and then had everything stripped off of it, and now it's gaseous on the outside where the core is still solid? Because I don't know that it can be gas in the center of it. There's got to be some solid mass somewhere. Then if there was a planet between Jupiter and Mars, did it get destroyed because of this? Did it have interactions with its moons that destroyed the planet? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Will we get, is there another field on the outside out there when we talk about, our asteroid belt, then the Kuiper Belt? You know what I mean? Is there a planet beyond that had all of its gas stripped off of it and still survived that point, that did not break up? Okay. Is it out there, that which would be the 9th planet? So I always have that feeling that there's something more to this that they're not telling us. And there's always an instinctual thing of humans to get off the planet. You know what I mean? To go to the stars, to travel the stars. Is it that reason? Is it because we're headed towards something eventually in the future that may destroy us, and we may need another planet to go back to? Will Venus become a corrected planet? Will it gain a moon? Will it, be the next level of us? So, if there is time traveling aliens from Venus, would they not be future people from Venus, not people now? I mean, I don't know. I always get a weird feeling when they talk about the solar system, because I think it's just not the same as what they tell us. Even our own planet, most of the planet doesn't make sense until you put water on it.
Right.
If you look at like 90% of the caverns around, fill them with water, and then they'll start to make sense as land surfaces. You know what I mean? That's really, something that's an inconvenient truth about our whole planet, that the water level is more under the surface of the rocky part that we live on than there is above it right now. And at any time, if gravity gives up just a little bit, that water comes rushing to the surface, and we're all underwater.
Now, I think that it makes sense that, all things being the same, if we follow kind of the train of thought here, I think it all boils down to the solar system itself is no different than our star, okay? Except for the fact that it's in different stages of creation. Now, the reason I say that is because, our star is the prime example of fusion. We measure plasma off of it. But it's realistically charged. It's compressing all of that energy and its constituent that it produces is hydrogen. And I think that, being that hydrogen is the most simple of elements, hydrogen itself is actually, as far as matter is concerned, is the primary constituent of all other matter. So it's so volatile and it wants to break apart. It wants to go back into its energy state. It wants to burn up and become energy again, and just basically cease to exist. Be a free atom of nothing that at some point it just doesn't matter. But it also wants to combine in fusion. Once you have enough of these fusion processes that go and output derivatives of the hydrogen, mind you, that's what all the other elements are, is derivatives of progressive hydrogen reactions. Once it turns to hydrogen, it goes to helium. It's then the forces at work, the energetic forces at work of the solar system, that condensates these elements. Okay, and once the condensation starts, think of it as a seed. There's one, well, now there's two, and then it's multiplicative. And then once you have enough, all of a sudden, now the dynamic is crazy, and all of a sudden this one's bombarding that one, and this one's bombarding that one, and it's just endless consolidation of all this. And then through that interactive process, with the forces of that we've been discussing all along, the wave forces and the charge forces, the fields, the inertial forces, it moving, and then all of a sudden now reality is already in full swing here, and this is then the primary transmutation of hydrogen into other elements and consolidating into planetary form. Now, like matter tends to bind up with each other, so it's not, to me, all that shocking or surprising that some planets that are primarily gas planets are primarily gas planets, as far as we could tell. Now, as far as them having a solid core or not, I would propose that they do, just based on pressure alone. How do you have that much gaseous atmosphere in that much motion, with that much mass, with that much inertial potential, not to solidify whatever gases it is, and under that much pressure and stress, fusion processes of transmutation of more dense elements in the process that aren't necessarily like temperature dependent on state of matter, at that point. And then you just look at each planet as similar circumstance. I think that, as far as they could tell, there's the surfaces of each, like Mars, for instance. It's not like they're finding unrecognizable elements there, but my understanding, at least, was that the composition of the surface of Mars is not the same as the composition of the surface of Earth, and if it was, I mean, well, that would kind of be unusual due to the proximity and likeness of the material. At that point, there would have to be some secondary explanation as to why that material didn't just form into one planet as opposed to two. So there's just a lot of factors, I think. But I think that there probably is solid mass in the middle of any gaseous planet, for the simple reasons of, I mean, if you even took temperature out of the equation, just the pressure alone, and Venus and Mercury are smaller than us, as far as size is concerned, and they're the closest to the sun, what correlation that necessarily has is interesting too, because there may be a situation where that only certain types of matter could accumulate at that distance from the sun because of the sun. Like it easily could be said that it would be accumulated, and used in solar processes, any of this solar matter that might come that close, and the reason why it didn't accumulate, maybe it was outside of the locality of the primary planet or something, but there's got to be reasons, like that.
They have a theory out that the sun makes the planets, and then they move out away from the sun, and then they gain mass. So I kind of like that theory in a way, only because they are moving away from the sun, and we are going to be in a non-habitable zone, at some point, where we're in the habitable zone now. Now, their process is, relative to time, which is much slower than what we would consider it. You know what I mean? But if you take that into account and you understand that things build on top of the surface, for instance, an asteroid lands on the surface of the Earth, it's just going to build another layer. You know what I mean? Not a whole layer, but you know what I mean? A mountain or whatever the size of it ends up being, or it's spread out over whatever. And we notice that our Earth over time continuously has layers. So what was once a battlefield is now underground, a couple feet, or, whatever it is, to find the same bullets that were sitting on the surface during the Civil War. It's now, a little bit under the ground. Now, obviously taking into account that they could have been placed there or shot there in the ground or whatever. But it also is like Roman battlefields where you can find the swords and stuff like that, and they're all buried.
Well, listen, I metal detect. I found the relic from the War of 1812, and it was 18 inches deep.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is we're always accumulating mass, just like a planet would be. So as soon as they get out of this area of the sun, they'll start accumulating mass. So then if they get the surface stripped off of them, it makes sense. But what I'm saying is when you look at transmutation, and we were looking at Bedini a little while back and how he transmutes things, he takes rocks, burns them down, or makes a liquid out of them by connecting something else. And then he puts them in heat and create rubies or something like that. I always find it interesting that all these processes are going on every single planet. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit if a rock here was a rock there. So, if they have the same elements building them, then there's got to be a lot of the similarities in this solar system. Now, if they were created from a different sun, the similarities would be far less between our planet and a planet in a different solar system. You know what I mean? Because their process was different in their sun. That's just my understanding of it. I could be completely wrong.
I mean, if you look at Malcolm Bendel's thunderstorm generator, and he's putting ionized gases in with heated exhaust gases spinning in a vortex and then creating toruses out of them, right? And then putting it through a counter rotating tube. That's more or less the concept of this whole thunderstorm generator. It's at that, as he put it, that event horizon, of the spin interacting with the counter spin. The charges are opposite and different. That's what creates the ball plasma discharge. And it's ball plasma is fusion. When you have an element and you expose it to those exact conditions, see the chart. Like when you expose elements to those exact conditions, it rips it down to its energy constituents. But because it's in a local state of time dilation and atmospheric conditions, even though it's under vacuum and compression, the cycles of resonant vacuum and compression, it reconstitutes itself into its original form. There's time dilation that takes place at that event horizon, and the discharge is it's everything we've been discussing. That event horizon, the point where the two opposing forces meet with the charges, with the rotation, is what breaks it apart. But it's also in an environment where it enthusiastically has to get back together. It gives up the ghost and then takes it back. But how it reconstitutes itself is to its simplest form. Okay, and its simplest form in that context is putting out oxygen and they don't measure for hydrogen, they measure for hydrocarbons. But once you break the hydrogen carbon chain, it's oxygen, hydrogen that's expelled. And that's why you get that result out of that, is because it's breaking it down to its simplest form. That same exact concept can, through frequency and resonance, okay, also magnetic fields of certain proportions, okay, could reconstruct the matter in different ways, okay, because the way that it's doing it is the purest form. It's just basically putting hydrogen out. He's not measuring the hydrogen, he's measuring for oxygen. Oxygen is proof of the hydrogen being free. Okay, like I said about hydrogen, hydrogen's the simplest element, and it's volatile and can be transmutated into other things under the right conditions. So if you expose that system to different aspects of energy, that could create conditions where other elements are formed. And I think that in the test bed of his spherical thunderstorm machine thing, when they cut one apart, the plasmoids had cavitated the surface of the stainless steel that they used, and that those crevices, they hold resonant charge of the ball lightning, but present in those crevices were transmuted elements. So if you think about that just coming out of a generator, Honda motor with a tube, and then you think about the complexities of our planet and planets in general and all the forces at work, it's not all that shocking that our planet, under the ideal conditions that we currently exist under, would be abundant with the variety and be advantageous to holding an atmosphere and things like that, because we have a lot of the constituents for life.
We were talking the other night on the League of Extraordinary Inventors about water and how you get hydrogen, and I never thought in any way it was hard to get the hydrogen. Okay, it's a real simple process. You just have to break it from the water. I think the harder part about it is separating the oxygen so it doesn't reform back into water. Because they say, well, once you use the hydrogen, all of a sudden you get water coming out your tailpipe as a byproduct, right? Which means that hydrogen wants to attack oxygen all the time. So therefore, separating the oxygen is the hardest part of the problem, not creating the hydrogen itself. It's separating the oxygen from the hydrogen. You know what I mean? So
I do.
I saw in Meyer's work where he actually created a magnetic field or something like it to attract the oxygen away from the hydrogen. Therefore, he was able to get more hydrogen. So it seemed. But it always seemed to me that when he resonated each one of those things, and he resonated 6 together, so he's getting a combined resonance between all of them, that was sufficient enough to break enough hydrogen from the oxygen. The only problem you would have is when it wants to reform so fast. That's the biggest problem they have. And it's real simple to solve. You just have to attract the oxygen away from the hydrogen by creating an electrostatic pressure in order to do it.
Well,
Then
that's what a hydrogen fuel cell is. See, like, I think when they were publicizing about it back when it was sort of bigger news before they realized people started figuring it out, you know, it used to be a create hydrogen for immediate use situation. Okay, you weren't storing the hydrogen, which is good. Storing
yeah,
hydrogen is hard and it's a
yes.
bad idea, and it doesn't want to stay stable, and it wants to create water being the easiest constituent, but aside from that, it's just so volatile that containing it is a massive problem. And when they started when they started running some vehicles off of hydrogen, and there were more than a few, you know, all of them were running off of bottled gas. Nobody wanted to handle the stuff, and
I'm not,
nobody wanted to spend time to sit there and split water and store it and all this stuff. So, case in point was that there was a guy that ran a car off of water under the same exact principle that you're discussing, and they called it a hydrogen fuel cell. But then he, passed away, and so did his idea. And then all of a sudden, a hydrogen fuel cell became a scuba tank, that held hydrogen. It became a Hindenburg that you strap to the back of a bus and hope for the best,
yeah,
and
no,
nobody wanted to embrace that. It's also like at the pressure levels that they were setting it at, because of how difficult and dangerous it is to store. At the pressure level that they were setting it at, it was 100% efficient as far as clean goes, but what it wasn't was powerful compared to the energy potential of gas and diesel. You just had better efficiency, more power, more torque out of a gas and diesel engine, because they shut the fuel cell down.
yeah, I think they
Which
should have
worked
gone.
off of resonance, by the way, right? Worked
Right.
off of resonance. They weren't, see, people think electrolysis or hydrolysis or whatever, hydrolysis, that they're splitting it with running a current through it, and they're like, oh, and if you hook a 9-volt battery up in the volts and what? No, it's you have to shake it till it gives up the ghost.
Yeah. It works in a very slow form I can't even say the word right now. Yes, it works in a very slow form in that way. In resonance, it works in a much faster way, so you get more on demand. So that's how they should have built every hydrogen vehicle that they ever come up with. Forget the cell, build it on demand, and then have a reconstitutor afterward. So
Yeah.
once it explodes, you reconstitute it in water and you continue to run as much as you can, and then eventually you'll have leakage. The problem is it becomes too efficient that way. You have something that runs for like 5 days instead of filling up every day. Now look, energy companies will always get their money. We'll always go to the gas station, even if it's a water station. I'm never going to disagree with it. That's the way this whole world works, okay? But for our environment's sake, we need to go to the hydrogen, and we need to do it on demand. And I just think that's the direction we should take as humans, to live within our world, not live against it.
Yeah. And I couldn't be more in agreement with you just on all. First of all, I mean, I think what the problem is, okay, is that everything we're talking about, when properly configured, okay, and I say it till I'm blue in the face, it's all the same, Nathan. It's like, so, and the problem is the knife maker. You know what I mean? It's the knife maker. It's the guy that handed the murderer the knife, not the chef. And this stuff used, in its exact way, it's my opinion that it could be just as dangerous as it is helpful when you talk about certain uses. And it's a Pandora's box, and because there's no difference, it has unlimited exploitation. Now, what I believe to be true at this point in our human being history, and I guess we'll see, okay, is I think that this stuff, as far as people in the know are concerned, has just reached such a head that there's no helping hiding it in plain sight anymore necessarily, and I think that's why you're looking at disclosure events. Now I'm not saying that any of it's fake as far as disclosure or anything like that sort of stuff is concerned, but what I am saying is that it's being allowed. That's a big difference.
Yes,
because could have just put one of the people that said it all along up there many years ago, okay, but now they, whoever they are allowing it. Then they doubled down and said, well, you got to give us some information about this. We might pick and choose a little bit as far as to what you might get to know, but there's going to be elements of this that you ought to be privy to.
Yes.
Now, that should probably be a sign when you read the room that, you're going to find out a little bit at a time, okay? And you're probably never going to hear the whole bunch of it, okay? But there's got to be a bigger rhyme to the reason as to why now. Now, it probably, like, if you want to talk about aliens or people from other planets or whatever it may or may not be, whatever it is, okay? There's got to be some reason that they're letting people in on this now, slowly but surely. That has to do with being a part of some kind of bigger thing, like bigger than all of us. So, because what else would the motive be? It's like, well, you can't tell them because they're going to all freak out. You're not going to have a planet left, and that's it's going to all be over. They must have such a handle on things at this point now that it's like, well, you let them know because we can't move on to the next part of this evolution, if you want to call it that. I don't know what to call it. All I got to say about it is it's not your choice or mine whether or not you get, whether that's the route we're going. It's just going that way,
Well, I think when you have people on YouTube that can actually build these experiments, then it kind of tells you they've already had it for a while. I shouldn't be in the position to bring this out, but because they didn't do it, someone has to do it. And the problem is the answer was so simple. It wasn't a complex answer here. It was a simple get over this part and you've got it. And that's it. And I think now that that's happening, they see that they can't hide it anymore. So they can control the flow of energy coming out, or the flow of information, I should say, coming out. So they just want to make sure it trickles out probably instead of all coming out at once. And I think, honestly, we may be going from hydrogen to just straight up floating in the air. You know what I mean? Where some of this stuff becomes irrelevant because the technology is already there to surpass the simple steps we should have taken a long time ago. We should have been in hydrogen back in the 40s, not right now. You know what I mean? We should be on anti-gravity right now and looking at becoming a type 1 civilization. We should be exploring our stars. You know what I mean? And getting on to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think for planetary purposes that probably, superconductive, transportation is the most it's just simply more earthly than flying through the sky, and but that's here, and if you think beyond the here.
You brought up superconductors, so let me say this. When you create an ether, you're creating a superconductor. Let's just understand this. A superconductor is ice cold and it reacts with magnetic elements, okay? You are creating in an ether situation where the center is ice cold and you are propagating that around the whole thing of a coil So you are creating a superconductor in itself. Therefore, things change around it, how it interacts with the environment. It's one of the few times that we can look at this stuff now and say, we're actually creating something that we didn't do chemically, that we're doing with other means, that should be able to just blow this whole thing up and get a whole other understanding of this whole thing. That's why building the coils the way we are and doing the things we are so vastly important right now to understanding everything. And they know it. They know once you've figured out that barrier, you're not going to be able to hide behind the word superconductor anymore, because it's going to lose the big prestige it has.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now they treat it like a magic trick.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, obviously the science is known and solid behind it, and as far as what they show you, I mean, then again, I've never seen anybody doing a superconductor presentation that also had a natural rock that liked to fly like 8 inches into the air, for because it was poked. Like, you know, everything's relative. I think that, when you consider the fact that matter in itself is descending from all of the energies that create all of the effects that we're talking about, that it becomes just a simple matter of how to structure that energy in that consolidated form to yield the different results, and possibly isolated different results, which could be the big time difference between being able to have the technology and not. And that could very well have also been a big reason for suppression over time is, oh yeah, no question it works. We know how it works, but we simply don't know how to contain it in a way that the desired effect is isolated to that particular effect. It's locked on that effect. And I believe that, following my own logic, and this is on the fly, but I believe it on the fly based on my own logic, that the material science advances, especially with 3D printing, okay, could potentially be the way of creating not only materials but structures, within the of how the material is built, okay, that's able to isolate particular effects of the ether, and maybe that's it at this point, why it's able to be trickled, because okay, well, we could give them superconductive capabilities now, which is wildly game changing, no matter what you want to call it, whether it's a buzzword or not. We could give them this capability now, but that aether access is locked in this crystalline structure in this fashion where it can only be it can only be dispersed to yield this result. And if you try to access it some other kind of way by breaking into the structure and getting into it, because you broke the structure, the effect no longer works, and the portal for the aether closes. Again, on the fly, but this is Joe logic and how my brain works, which is why I wanted to do, I want to get more people into thinking like this. Now, this is not a perfect way of thinking, and it's certainly not the means to an answer, but these are the logical trains of thought that you need to follow in order to realize the greater of what's going on around you, right or wrong, get an idea for it. You hedge your bet. I mean, what I came up with that I presented today, I didn't create that or invent that. And I'm certainly not the first person to say any of these things are ideas. However, what I will say is that these are conclusions I drew on my own and took from no one source. I just got an understanding of all these different things, and then I followed a logical train of thought based on the information that I knew, and this is what I came up with. When I cross-checked it a little bit, because I'd be a fool not to, a little bit at least, I was like, well, look at that. Here that is. Well, look at that.
Yeah.
This guy said that. Well, look at that. You know,
Checking
this
them
guy
off.
and then I heard the words that they were using to like try to describe it. I'm like, oh, I got a way easier way to say that. You know, and it's not for lack of understanding those terms or what they mean. It's just simply like you're just overcomplicating that. Like, these aren't easy words that I use necessarily for everybody, but these are, if you're in this discussion, these are common words. You know, if you're in this discussion at all, like,
somebody said about circuits, and let me just tell you something right now. I absolutely detest theoretical circuits. I do not like the way they're written. I do not like anything about them. If you're going to put something somewhere, put it there. Don't tell me how the theory works. I don't want to know. I just want to know exactly where to solder this thing and be done. That's just me in my head. It makes sense why they do it. It doesn't make any sense when I go to build it. That's all I go to say about that. They try to confuse you with all this stuff to make it sound complicated so that you can't build a circuit. And when it really comes down to it, you're soldering 5 points on it, and they're over there drilling this thing that looks like a racetrack. And I just hate it.
yeah. Yeah, you know, I used to restore old straight razors back when I used to shave every so often. And, you know, like, and when I say old, I mean like 200 years old. I was really into it. Look, I thought I was pretty good at it anyway. But there was a community for that. And I was part of a forum. This was back like 15 years ago, at least at this point. So, like, there wasn't this, but it was a forum, you know? And what I always found to be hilarious, okay, is these guys would try to make money honing, okay, like razors, sharpening them to perfect sharpness. And they would go on these forums to people just getting started and basically be like, and don't even bother trying to sharpen your own razor. You know, send it out, have a professional do it. You're going to screw your razor up. You know, not all that meets the eye, blah, blah, blah. Like, I got to be real. Like, I'm not saying it's easy, and it's definitely a talent, but they made it out to be some type of overly complicated situation that it just simply in no realm was. But yet you had these people that just bought razors. You know, some of them bought them new rather than restoring them. So it's not like they have like a base knowledge of this thing. They just have this thing that cost them $350 from Solage in Germany or whatever. I like the Sheffield ones personally, but that's besides. You know, and they're like, well, I don't want to screw up my $350 razor. This guy's charging $15 to get it sharpened. You know, like, and all I got to do is send it to him in the mail, and he'll have it back to me within a week. You know, so that's exactly what that circuit nonsense is. And I've heard it 100 times when I'm listening to your stuff. And I honestly, that's when I start talking about inappropriate things in the comments to people, you know, although I'm still like following along, you know, and it's, yeah, you know, that's the way that this is. And I couldn't disagree. I couldn't agree with you more in terms of like, yeah, the circuitry here. Like, there's certain things that, okay, well, no, this is just the way it is. It's simple. You put it together, boom, boom, boom. Let's not spend time on this. This works. On to what we're trying to do here, you know, because this isn't the problem. Where circuitry is interesting and understanding the circuitry is interesting, plays right back into what I said about the material science and compound, you know, solid states. Because if you don't understand the working of those circuits, you can't build that into a solid state structural material that then serves its function analogously in that, you know. So like, you have to know it and understand it, I guess. I don't really, because I don't really care. But, you know, if I was in that realm of trying to, you know, create that, then, well, I would want to know all that. I wouldn't get hung up on it though, because there's only so much to know there. It does what it does. Yeah. You know, like, that's not where you're not looking for 0-point access from your circuit. All right, so move on. You know,
you're just controlling the flow of energy. That's all you're doing. That's at its simplest. That's all you're doing. And if you know what you want out of it, it's not that hard to build.
I have to plug my phone in, Nathan, or else it's about to die. So
yeah, go for it. How you doing, Crypto? I see you in there. You haven't joined us yet.
I was just enjoying your guys' conversation. A lot I agree with, but while we wait, sorry, what's the straight dope's name?
Joe?
Joe.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for him to plug in his phone, I heard you earlier mention that you're arguing with some Russian fellow. He's saying that there's something different between it, and it triggered this memory of Russell Anderson on the last APEC that he was on, I believe. They're just a short clip of him specifically saying whatever the heck it something that until you guys make whatever adjustment it was, but he actually states what it is, that they'll never work or something. So I'm just wondering if that is potentially the key. I'm going to have to find the clip to get what
there's a frequency and a phase difference between the power here and the power in Russia.
Yeah, but he gives like the exact numbers of what like you're supposed to tune it to like be able to mimic it or copy it or something like that. Just an idea that might never know. But first I have to go back and find it and actually
my total point was I'm changing the energy completely. So what it started out was it will not be when I go to put it in. Now, if I was running a straight circuit and I just wanted an average effect, absolutely that would be the case. But that's not what I'm doing. So when I break down the voltages, I break it down where you could put in the center of a coil, you can start your lighter and I can change the voltage. Just by putting it right in the center of the ether. I completely changed the game on what they're doing. I'm way past them.
Now, that intrigues me in the aspect of I want to put my little electrolysis reactor right in the middle of that and then manipulate and try to get that sweet spot for, the hydrogen to decouple and pop off. And that's a very good idea right there.
Well, that's the difference in what I'm doing versus what they're doing. They haven't understood how voltage actually works. They use a circuit to think they're manipulating the voltage in the way they think it works, right? So they understand high voltage as, I don't want to say it, as simply coming through a coil. They don't understand how to manipulate the coil yet. They have no idea. They don't know why they're doing it. They just know the effect they get out of it. They have no understanding of why it's doing what it's doing. You know what I mean? So they can't use it properly.
I got you.
So
I'm just trying to apply what you've developed and apply it to what I'm doing and take it up a notch.
Oh, dude, I would exactly do that. That'd be amazing. You get your stuff to work faster. I love the beauty of your work and the fact that you're breaking down everything to a base element. And now you can just take it and rebuild it to what you know what I mean?
It's more than base element, and the whole key to the cold fusion, the hydrogen, the breaking down of matter and putting it back together again is being able to get that plasma ball, like the ball lightning or a plasma arc, going through the center of the electrolyte and electrodes reaction, because then you have the density and mass of like a heavy liquid as opposed to the gas, but you're getting that essential star in the jar supercavitation effects of the actual plasma state, ionized plasma, that then is reacting with that water, splitting it into the hydrogens and oxygens and the different isotopes of the hydrogen, also creating deuterium, tritium, as well as the atomic hydrogen. And then when you get the metals into the reactive crystalline state that Isaac Newton talks about, that they're figuring out the metamaterial of this red state, and that it's like you're able to get the metal into this red hydride state. So it's actually hydrogen, not heat, that's getting it into this state that then you're able to use this plasma and ionized gas into transmutating the other elements around it that it touches, just like the plasmid reactor of Malcolm Bendel, as well as all of the work that Bob Greenier's done, the EVOs and whatnot, and that I've got to get, I really need to send samples to him, but that I'm getting 99% sure the exact same plasmid the yin yangs, the torids, the shapes on the actual sides of the metal, the electrodes, without having to have the actual ionized gas plasma arc, because I'm using such low voltage in my reactions. And half of the ones that I do, I have zero actual electrical input into them. I just have the different metals connected by wires to themselves, building little circuits within the saltwater jars, that it creates enough differential that it actually powers and creates hydrogen and creates their own balance of establishing cathodes and anodes out of the metals themselves, that it actually, lots of them I've had run and react for about a year before it like wears itself out. Of course, it's like a lot smaller production of hydrogen rate compared to when you're putting in the voltage, but it's the fact that just setting that up, and then what you were talking about, Nathan, with being able to pulse the energy and frequencies into that center of that area, that the way I would have it set up is that you'd be pulsing that into the water between the electrodes and where the reaction happens, and that you'd essentially, the goal would be to create the star in the jar effects without having to put the millions of volts in to create the plasma arc.
So let me ask you this. You know what a magnetron looks like? Why not make that into your jar where you have the magnet on the top and the bottom, and then you create the frequency chamber in there with the anode and cathode in there, and then you control the voltage going in there and how fast it's going to work, but it's constantly in spin as well. So you're getting the resonance in there and everything you want.
I absolutely love that.
Gamma radiation works better.
I just thought that's where you were going when you mentioned the microwave that day that we were looking at it, that's kind of what you thought.
Well, so with the microwaves, apparently if you just combine the two dried out ormuses together as a powder and then put it into a microwave, that the actual microwave energy is enough to react it, where it fuses together and then turns it back into a new solid element, and sometimes like mineral combinations. Supposedly, heard lots of stories of it. Need to try it out.
Well, I'd love it.
Well, can I real quick? That's interesting, because remember what I was saying before about crystal formation under presence of energy of the same. So if you have something that's producing microwave energy, crushing it up and putting it into a microwave, it's the microwave that's ultimately bringing it to the state where it could turn to, plasma reaction, so on, regain its freedom to recrystallize. And because the wave influx in the environment of where it's then recrystallizing would then be a constituent of the same.
100%. You were bang on with that.
So, yeah, that's, by the way, I came to that conclusion myself, which is very strange, which is why I meditate, because I ask questions.
Always question.
Always question.
Well,
Can I ask you, Bernie, by the way, I always like it when you're on, because your headspace, it tends to be very similar to mine as far as like, some of the things I like to figure out. Yeah, no, I always like watching you. What did you catch the early parts of what we discussed? Like, did
Oh,
you?
absolutely. Yes, sir. I was listening to all of it, and I don't think I disagreed with a single thing and loved like everything. It's
Oh, that's awesome. See, I actually want somebody to correct me. Like, I know that's silly, but I feel I just want to know where I went wrong. I mean, if I didn't, cool, but like it's
for sure, right?
I find benefit in being wrong. you know.
Exactly. Just
Here you go.
someone else's perspective of um, their own discoveries, experiments, and testing, right?
Okay, check it out. Mix the Ormus shape with a memory alloy. So we talked about the outside of a spaceship, okay? And I always think that there's a layer of this in there that crystallizes that you have to put on with this kind of Ormus stuff that you're building. And then it crystallizes when you put in the energy. It stays in a like a wet, damp space until you put the energy to it, and then it forms the crystals into everything.
Absolutely, and the key is to do that right as it's drying and like forming into it, right?
Yeah. So you want to add the microwave energy in there and get it to expand and build. So doing our own little chemistry experiment here, but I think that's the way you have to do it.
Oh,
I like that.
absolutely.
I like that.
And that you have to also, at the same time that you're doing that, when the crystallization of this outer nano layer solidifies and happens, you have to have an electrical pulse or like small current going through it in the manner that you want the electrons to be flowing from your field, right? So it's like whatever field that you have or want to imprint on it, it's key to put that in right at the moment of your crystallization.
See the chart.
Yeah.
Uh,
You may have some quantum tunneling going on there as well as soon as it builds, which would just be amazing. So it may, in the end, produce a bit of electricity as it goes as well. It'd be an interesting aspect if it did.
So, by the way, charge state, in my theory of what I put together, like, and just being able to determine the polarity, configuration of crystalline, matter forming the crystalline structure. It actually happens, in my opinion, at the lowest level of pure energetic state, under magnetism, and that's how you could actually determine whether whether something's a conductor or a dielectric, or what its magnetic properties are going to be, is depending on how you structure the magnetic influences during those the late phase energy crystallization, because of the polarity. So if you have something that's forming into matter from energy, as I kind of described before, at the molecular level, and it's building upon itself and building up into its larger constituent component, and it's done so in the presence of certain different types of either electric magnetic fields in certain configurations, will actually point the dipoles of what's being created in certain directions and influence its accumulation. So what I think is cool is if, like, the rock that I previously presented could be like artificially crystallized. Now, they figured out in a lab at MIT how to do it. I don't know how they did it, but they have the crystalline structure, which is actually what do you call it? It's the same star pattern. That's the crystalline structure of it. It allows for fluidity of the dipoles. and that makes it a quantum spin liquid. Okay, that's what a
That makes a
quantum
lot of
spin
sense.
liquid is.
It's my
So-
understanding of how it works. So one aspect, I guess I should pull up the
Yeah,
Walter
it's right,
Russell
hexagonal.
periodic tables, and that I believe the crystallization of the different elements corresponds to where each element is on the harmonic level, and thus the density of the platonic shape of the crystallization and the number dimension of that element. Just, yeah, geometry.
Yeah, it's if you want to know how something's going to crystallize, you could think of it from a cymatic perspective, because that is the integral native formation of those interacting localities of wavelengths. So if
That's how
you're
you trigger a phase change of solidification of the crystallization without having to put the energy into or the heat energy or electrical energy, and I guess the amperage. That part I not quite understand, but
The amps of the heat.
energy to get a phase change up in a reaction, that but instead putting that cymatic frequency and that resonant frequency, that if you nail that, you'll get the exact same phase change into that crystallization and next phase of matter is a key part of that.
By the way, Bernie, I'm making this crap up as I go along.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Yeah, right. This is welcome to the interesting place that is my head.
Yeah.
You know, but it makes sense to
Pretty
me.
much.
You know, and I'm following you too. I mean, it's all about locality, environment. I've been the whole entire point of this. It's all about putting first of all, pressure. Pressure is important because you need to be able
Right,
to
so-
contain. It's about containment. Now, one
Exactly.
interesting.
So
Now,
think of what you just said right there. And earlier you were talking about how the bottom of the sea is the same pressure differential to like where we are like on sea level and in air compared to sea level air to space, right? And that in these reactions of electrolysis of water and the salt, that you have that contained pressure as if you're squeezing all that gas, all of that matter together, but you don't actually have to put that pressure in because you already have it in that H2O liquid that you're then breaking down into the fusion matter that you're then using to build and add to the other elements or atomic reaction mass.
So not only is that creation of matter, but how do you think life came about and why it came out of water? Because water is the matter phase in which is a sorter of heavier materials and lighter materials. It's the medium. It's also solvent. It becomes more solvent as pressure increases. When you're dealing with when you're dealing with geological formation, you deal with supersaturates that cannot occur at atmospheric pressure. That's why they say, well, diamonds, pressure, carbon, pressure, heat. Okay, well, that's a diamond. Talk about quartz, though, it's the same deal.
How the diamonds, the different actual crystals form on the electrodes and in these reactions is that when they have that plasma arc, right where that ball lightning ionized plasma gas comes off of the electrode, usually it'd be the cathode side where you have the hydrogen reactions coming off in the atomic hydrogen out of the water, that then one original atom of whether your carbon, your silica, whatever crystal that you're growing off of it, hits that plasma arc, and then you start just transmutating that atomic hydrogen into the carbon that turns into that diamond or the silica.
Yeah.
Or
That's dead on, and that's analogous. It's analogous to the ocean thing, because the pressure in that situation, first of all, the containment's the plasma. The plasma and its ionic charge acts as containment, and then the pressure is coming from the frequency of the arc in that context. When you have containment, you have pressure. You have heat in that instance in the form of the arc. You can change the structure of the constituent element.
It's also that heat containment quality of the water and the salt water, and how high it is, how well it contains it, the reaction. I don't know if you've ever seen the video I did with Jeremiah. It was Jeremiah's setup from a cold fusion electrolysis plasma arc reaction where the guy was transmutating hydrogen into helium, and that Jeremiah set it up and reproduced it at his lab about a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe even 2 now. But we have to do the next step of doing it, reproducing it second time, but more of a consistent reaction sort of thing, because his original setup, he was using the capacitors, just weren't able to keep the level of charge going of reaching the white plasma state that creates the transmutation, where it's like just orange, I think. That's the layer below. Anyways, point being, we were able to transmutate hydrogen into helium in
That's
one of
incredible.
the reactions.
That's all. I didn't see that. In fact, I mean, frankly, I mean, I read a lot and I listen to casts a lot, watch a lot of videos and stuff like that. But frankly, I just take the bits and pieces of it and then I make sense of it on my own. So like a lot of, like I wish I had seen more, and seen that, because that probably would have inspired like so much other trains. Would have been another rabbit hole to go down, I suppose. But it's like, this isn't a matter of believing. This is just simply a matter of this is the way it is.
So you and everyone right now, and this is that to gotta get.
Rains.
This is the
Today
original
we're going to
video.
make something truly special.
Cool.
We're going to do something called cold fusion. Now, it's very controversial because cold fusion is said not to exist, or it is said not to be possible, or at least the experiment can't be replicated. Well, I'm going to at least prove one of those myths wrong. We're going to replicate the experiment. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to take our trusty tube that we used last week, but different things are going to go on. Let me show you.
All right, here's the heart of our machine. We have 2 rods of tungsten carbide, one uninsulated, holding some stainless perf, one insulated with plastic coating, and these little porcelain insulators. You may recognize them. They are fuses. I took the end caps off, hollowed them out, slid them over our tungsten carbide rod for a little heat protection. I don't know if it's going to do much, but we have to do what we can because the process inside here is going to be very, very violent and hot. Now, you can see that this is just the top of the water filter. Here we're going to have our thermometer, our negative and positive connections. Yes, they're just tubes, but there are connections. So now, let's put this puppy together.
Okay.
Sorry, pause it there. In regards to you and Nathan's conversation earlier, with Nathan mentioning the oxygen capture and repulsion being a issue, it's when you design a hydrogen fuel reactor, it's key to know that the anode side is what produces your oxygen and the cathode side is what produces your hydrogen. So to where he has the two tungsten rods there, that you would design it to have two pipes going up to the top that collect that hydrogen and oxygen and then being tubed off into two different collection chambers or directly into your ignition. And that 1,000%, the biggest thing that why they have prevented hydrogen fuel from being implemented and the technology for the last 30 years, even though they keep saying it and teasing with it and whatnot, is because they are unable to develop the infrastructure for it to make sense to actually have hydrogen pumps that they can sell the hydrogen without everybody figuring out that it's a lot easier to just engineer turning that hydrogen into hydrogen from water right before the source of your engine, so you don't have to waste all the energy of transporting it, shipping it, storing it, having it in compressed, dangerous, explosive, containers and all the rest of the BS, and be able to charge us for it, as opposed to everybody just using water as the fuel of your vehicle.
Right. That's what they call an inconvenient truth.
That's the real inconvenient truth right there.
Hey, look, I live in California. They find a way to tax everything. They still tax us for taking the lid out of gasoline, which it never came with. And they still tax us like, I think, an extra $1 more than every other state on fuel. So they find a way to make their money. They'll just put it in a pump and tell you it's different and tax you more.
Anybody says that they're worried about efficiency and that they're looking to solve it hasn't actually looked at the problem at all. And they all have.
No, it's the
and
exact
they all
opposite.
have. It's not right. It's money,
it's
right?
Designed to be the most inefficient system of possible, right? Like, it's absolutely insane when you actually start to understand energy and electricity and generating and all. Like, it's absolutely insane.
See, the biggest problem with it, okay, is something that they ought to. It's actually the problem with our society as a whole and how it's run. And I mean, this is a whole other conversation, I suppose, but it all boils down, as always, all to the same thing. We have this situation where, they did trust busting back in the day. When you were talking about a monopolization of a single industry to encourage competition for capitalism, and that's great. Like, I believe in capitalism, but what we have is not capitalism.
It's crony capitalism. It's
right. See, I used to work for Berkshire Hathaway. Okay, I used to work for a Warren Buffett company. Okay, well, not for Berkshire, but for a Berkshire company. Okay,
Gotcha.
And I mean, what do we really know about these companies? Like, well, you see the insurance companies, you see the fast food places, all this. You think, oh, well, I'm going to McDonald's. McDonald's got my money. I'm going to whatever. What you quickly realize is that no, these holding companies own all of these companies. And then you look at those companies' competitors, and then no matter what industry you look at, there's a holding company that holds stakes in every single industry. So including banks and including everything. So what does that mean? What that means is that every dollar you earn from that company gets spent back at either that company or one of another couple.
Subsidiary.
It's like, I just opened up a business. Look at me. Okay, well, I opened up a restaurant. I'm a small business. Well, where'd your chicken come from? You can't cut you. There's no such thing as cutting them out, and there's only a couple of them. That's it. That's really the answer because there is no competition. It's all
answer
friendly
is
stuff.
self-sufficiency. And that is one of the big aims and goals of, the free energy and anti-gravity and all of it, right? Is becoming self-sufficient and like one less off the grid.
Yeah, I listen. I couldn't agree more. But where does that leave the people that have worked there? See, the problem with people like that is they don't like. There comes a certain point in time where you're not investing money anymore for money because you have enough of that for you, everybody else that you need to for forever and a day. So why are you doing it? Because you like it so much, or because you like moving the pieces?
It's
because you like moving the pieces.
It's
That's it.
Corporate totalitarian elite dictatorship and debt slavery, right? It's insane.
You know what? I could go for a Star Trek society, to be honest with you. Learn everything, put me on a starship, man, let me go. You know what I mean? I don't mind doing the work. I don't, all that's all cool. I can live with all of it. I don't care if there's any pay to it. Okay? I just want to be out there. That's it.
See, there was a reason why Moses was handed 10 commandments and why those 10 commandments said nothing about any of the 100,000 laws that linger over you at any given time and all the penalties that you're subject to. What did God hand to Moses? He said, don't steal from anybody, don't hurt anybody, and
it's amazing because I've said that my whole life. I was like, if there was like just the 10, right? Oh, how about the 10 basic commandments? And then you list them off, and it's like that, those are the most basic morals you can do. And it's like, don't kill, don't steal, don't rape, don't fuck your neighbor, don't lie. Right? And like,
yeah. And if you abide by only those simple things, society works absolutely flawlessly. Now, the funny thing about it is that even within the confines of that, there's tons of wiggle room. If you consent to this or that, then do as you may, as long as you're not affecting non-consenting parties. See, like, we've come to the point where everybody on the entire planet, except for the very, very select few, we're all non-consenting parties to, exist in something that ought to just simply be better, and it's all done because, you don't logically approve of what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But how did I affect you? Didn't? Well, then what's it to you? And I like these are the fruits of my labor. Okay, well, I gotta give a shekel to keep society moving so we could have roads to float over. Wouldn't that be a problem? Where's all the tax money going to go for the roads, right? That you can't drive on with your car that breaks your car because you're floating above the damn thing. Like, you can't have this sort of stuff because all of a sudden the money ain't coming in anymore. Well, it will be, except what's it for? What's it for?
Currently war, which is just absolutely insane and ridiculous. And what the fuck, right? Like, but let's get back to the science of trying to free
the science of it. Not why we don't have the science to the science.
Oh, there you go.
So also earlier, when you're talking about separating the oxygen, want to show right here, this is a anode, and those are all big old oxygen bubbles completely just stuck to it. Not going up, just layering copper coil.
Nice.
That makes sense to me.
And then the self-arranging, it always goes into a spiral, and It's like
Hey
it's
Bernie, can
got
I ask you a question? It's hypothetical. In that situation where you have the bubbles riding the tube, wanting to be together but remaining separate, okay? You cap it off so it has nowhere to go. It creates
yeah,
pressure. It creates pressure in the system. It consolidates further into one homogeneous bubble. Maybe there's an outlier or two that's outside its reach, but now it's a bubble of a constituent material in a spiral of mess. Sounds like what we were talking about.
So inside of it, it's just a big blue and red goo until it you take the current off, and then it resolidifies and oxidizes, and a bunch of the metal falls off as like copper oxide, and the inner metal reforms from the goo. But it's about getting that right harmonic frequency in there at the moment that you have it in this state to then crystallize and transmutate, adding those two elements together, getting your new fusion.
This is exactly what I've been talking about. There's the experiment. Super cool.
Right? Like I was listening to you, I was like, I have to come on and show this because I literally know exactly what you are talking about and couldn't agree more because that's
Yeah.
what
Funny.
happens.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
Right?
imagine that same experiment, except it's at the bottom of the ocean, so it's just under constant pressure where everything's shrinking and shrinking and it's pressed on itself. And then all of a sudden it's like, but I can't be hydrogen anymore because now I'm so compressed that I'm going to have to fuse, and if you like, that's, like that, those are the conditions. Like that's it. If you take that and you put it under even more pressure, you start seeing even crazier things. But even under the same reaction, because by virtue of what it's doing, it would create its pressure itself. It would become a pressurized system if you just close it off. And you could
now this
hold it.
happens all on its own, the self-organization and the spinning spiral of monatomics and different exclusion zones and yes, isotopes of water and hydrogen in the Ormus. But to put this right here into the center of what Nathan's doing in the gravifier fields, I believe, crazy things will happen from that.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think we're all right on the same page with that. It's just like when we talk about building one of these ships, and we want to do it in a short amount of time, and with all of our different fields combining, it really makes it easy. This
Exactly,
wouldn't be a
right? We're
task.
getting an acceleration.
Yeah.
So in this picture right here, this coil's in that red state I was talking about. And so is this aluminum, and then so is the Ormus that forms. And then the cloud here, there's zero electricity going into this jar. I have just separated this coil off from being an anode on a different reaction. And it's just non-stop bubbling of hydrogen. Like literally the water everywhere is just turning into hydrogen. It's quite wild when you get it into this state, but
That's awesome. That's like a cascading effect.
yeah, exactly. So
I'm sorry,
lots of times they'll just go into that, and then you just see all these just tiny glowing sparkling bubbles rising everywhere out of the water. Oh. Or just there. Anyways, back to do you mind if I finish showing that hydrogen to helium cold fusion?
Nice.
Now, some water in our little tank. Yes, you guessed it. It's going to be distilled water, not tap water, not spring water. It has to be distilled. So we're going to pour that in. Okay, we don't want to fill it up all the way. Just halfway would be fine. Now we're going to put our anode and cathode array back inside. And that's basically how it sits. Now, we still have to put in our electrolyte, which is KOH. But first, I'm going to talk about the process a little more. Now, what happens in this chamber, it's going to make a plasma arc. It's also going to make hydrogen. What's going to happen when the plasma arc hits the hydrogen? You guessed it. It's going to burn the hydrogen. That's how this process works. The plasma arc and the current make hydrogen and burn hydrogen at the same time. That's why some people say that we can make over unity by using a little energy to excite the hydrogen to make more energy. This is what the big controversy is all about. I don't really care about the controversy. I just care that there is a process going on here and we're going to get to experience it. Okay. Now we're going to add some KOH. Again, nasty stuff. We're going to put on some safety gear. My trusty yellow glasses and some nice gloves. Again, I cannot stress safety. KOH, again, was used for drain cleaner. It's nasty stuff. You do not want it on your skin, and especially you do not want it in your eyes. So we have to be very careful with this stuff, okay?
Darn right.
All right, start adding the KOH. Now I'm going to put in a little at a time so we don't put in too much. Again, if we get too much current flowing, the experiment's not going to work. If we don't get enough current flowing, the experiment's not going to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a little right now, and we're going to close it up, and then we're going to play with it. We're going to find out at what point we have the right current flow. Yeah, it's a little experimental, but, you know, that's science. So we're going to put in a little more. And now we're going to...
Bernie, can you pause it for a second? I have a question. Maybe you know the answer to.
Back into...
Yeah. So,
Yes, sir.
like, I obviously, like, he's playing around, you know, with the current that he's putting in just to kind of hit that sweet spot. Now, I know why not too much, and I know why too little. But in this particular reaction, do you have any idea, you know, what is the determining factor of that sweet spot?
Getting the plasma arc into the white plasma, as I guess is what Jeremiah was saying was key. So it's like doing it in this method, I guess. Whatever
So it's like if you is there like based on like the periodic table and stuff, are there like, my understanding is there's certain harmonics
exactly
and frequencies that resonant frequency, the right native resonant frequency of.
Yeah, you put that harmonic in, and then that's where you'd be able to trigger it without having to put the voltage electrical energy in.
Okay. But is there some great grand mystery into figuring out what the native resonant frequencies are of any constituent element in something?
The Hutchinsons have a method of capturing it and figuring it out, and then the plasmid unification model, I believe.
Plasmoid unification model, whatever.
Starting to figure it out, and I really gotta send Sheila on it. Sheila, hold on.
See, I've seen the plasmid unification model. I just haven't seen that where the frequencies are, you know, on it.
So it's Sheila Rahman's work that she's the one figuring it out, and I need to email her back to confirm. I scared her off, I think, because we were talking. She was gonna come on. I sent her some stuff that she asked for, and I like made a joke right at the end. I'm like, hopefully they don't kill us for developing this. And then I haven't heard anything back. I was like, oh
No.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
gotta
listen, when people have a bigger platform, I think they become a little bit more leery. I mean, aside from hearing like Malcolm Bendel speak, and how he goes on, which is interesting to me, but I could understand from other perspectives how that could be very unrelatable. I think that's why he like had Jordan kind of like rein it in and be that more palatable personality for the masses. So yeah, I can understand that when the exposure comes, that it becomes it becomes more challenging to face those
yeah.
facts.
I was specifically referring in that statement to applying her coherent geometric frequency science and technology directly into the electrolysis plasma hydrogen reactions that I'm working on here and we're talking about, and that it's like that's just the key of once you get that right geometric frequency resonant frequency in, that you're then just playing a sound into the water, and from there you get the hydrogen and oxygen breaking up with so little energy.
Yeah. See, I think that the skepticism in discussing these things, for what it's worth, if you're discussing it in technical terms and not showing anything, that it's like, oh, look at what I did or whatever, then it just is what it is, because most people aren't going to want to even watch a 4-hour video of just a couple guys going back and forth on like something that I'm like, look, guys, I simplified it, and then I'm using words that are just not in their vernacular.
Oh yeah.
But
Usually re-listen to all of these like at least once or twice, because there's so much, and well, editing helps because it gives me a reason. And here's a short video of that picture I was showing, and you can see all the ridiculous bubbles close to the top coming up, and you see them coming up from the bottom too. Just the lighting's not as good for it, but there you go. There's those are the big ones, and then the filminess is the atomic hydrogen, and it's literally the smallest bubbles you ever see, and the camera doesn't really capture them too well. Just comes out fuzzy, but yeah. There's a jar with all the water, all the hydrogen coming up, no electricity going in.
Nice.
That might also have to do with what Bendel was talking about when there's plasmoid creation, craters it out, holds the charge. So there's a bit of an after effect as far as charge discharge in the local environment.
Absolutely, and it's that I connected the so the aluminum here that's bubbling up on this side was copper and aluminum. It was the cathode of the reaction that I had plugged in, and then the red state coil was the anode. I plugged them in with 5 volts into like a way bigger reactor for a couple of days. Then I disconnected it, put it into the small salt water jar, and it did this crazy reaction nonstop for like 3 days until it worked itself out. But
did you say there's salt in there?
Yes.
You created a battery.
Exactly. That's what these are. They're batteries.
Yeah, because it's an anode and a cathode, but they're 2 different types. So it's not a capacitor, it's a battery because of the salt water, saltwater battery.
You got it. So I'm literally building saltwater batteries and circuits, because then what I do is I'll connect these things to each other and other metals and things with 2 wires each to them, and that each of these coils have like 2 ends minimum coming out from them, and create circuits out of the electro batteries.
no different than the rocks that they just found at the bottom of the ocean. They're like, they produce oxygen.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Bedini talked about taking the battery, okay, and putting those short bursts of energy in it, right? And then it would clean the anode and cathode off. I'm always kind of curious when you do something like this and you've had it in water for a while, if you hit it with that same potential, would it cause a massive stir in there and drop off of like all the different stuff that's on there?
So there's the sulfication that the alchemists call, and it's when you put in, it's either the double negative or the double positive. I forget. I gotta do it again. But everything simultaneously turns yellow in the reaction, and
Nice.
all like what the alchemists call calcification, but basically all the different nano coating isotopes and whatnot that build onto the cathode side fall off instantly, and you got the pure metal back on, just like we were
Nice.
discussing.
Hey Bernie, what do you think of what I was talking about before about running two scalar fields on and through a piece of stressed quartz, and then directing it into a plasma field? What do you feel about that?
I want to see that and try that myself. Absolutely. Like, man, crystals. I think they're like essentially like a higher state of plasma, I guess, is a more coherent plasma state potentially.
Okay.
So
But,
what is that right there? Was that a crystal or was that just glass?
yeah, no, that was an amethyst that I had in there, seeing if there was any reaction from having them in, but didn't seem to really. I need higher voltages with that stuff. But yeah. Sorry, let's finally finish that one part so we can all see hydrogen turn to helium.
Understand. Okay. Okay. So we have our transformer hooked up. We have our canister in place. We have our anode and cathode and our negative and positive hooked up. And also here, this little stainless tube is a thermometer, which is hooked up here so we can monitor our temperature. This is where the experiment's going to happen, is the temperature. Now, let's fire it up. Now we've plugged in our variac. Oops, I forgot to tell you what a variac is. This is a really big volume control, like on your stereo, except it controls current in volts. It regulates how much current flows through it. Like, let's say we wanted to limit the current that goes to our transformer. Well, we only turn the variac up to 10%. Now, as you can see on our gauges already, we're registering some current and some voltage. Now, we have to warm this up slowly. You can also see that we're bubbling here inside the reaction chamber. That is hydrogen being made. Now, because it's high current and not low current, we have less volume of hydrogen, but more current through the water, which heats up the water. If you watch closely, you'll see this thermometer click up, and it'll heat the water slowly. And we have to heat the water slowly for the next 10 or 15 minutes till we get it to 100 degrees before we can kick on full volume. If I was to turn on the power full right now with the variac, you'd see the reaction, but only for a short bit. It would pop the breaker either on the variac or the transformer or the breaker on the cell. One of them would go. That's why we have to heat the water to the right temperature to give it the right resistance to make this experiment work. So, we're making a little hydrogen. We're up the temperature. You notice our voltage is relatively low. Our amperage has dropped down. Now I'm going to go ahead and give it some more power. You can see on our what's up meter, we're using 92 to 94 watts of power. But I'm going to turn it up. So now we're using a little more power. Our amperage is 2.5. Our volts is at 50. We're bubbling down there, nothing special. Now, we are at 107 degrees. Now we're going to let her have it.
Oh,
There.
awesome.
Yeah, check that
Notice
out.
we're at 250 volts. Our amperage is going anywhere from 3 to 2. And that's the fusion process that supposedly is impossible.
Look at that baby cook.
It's 182
Nice.
Fahrenheit. That's warm. See, we're about a 1 3/4 to 2 amps fluctuating. 260 volts. And the temperature is going up slowly. Steam is starting to come out. We're steaming the water in only a few seconds of action. And it sounds cool too. Here, get a closer sound of that.
And so I'm pausing it right here to point out one key part in Jeremiah's replication that he did and ran live on a stream that we did a couple years ago, reproducing this, that you see that it's sometimes bursting orange plasma, and then the other times it's bursting the bright white, and that you have to have it in that bright white state that it gets the reaction that actually fuses the two hydrogens into the helium.
Now that should occur. That should occur in a pulse, if I'm not mistaken. So like there would be a fluctuation. It should be like kind of like that's the movement of the reaction. It's like a pulse.
Yes, sir. The collapse and explode, right?
Yeah.
Forming concrete. Yeah.
Kind of sounds like a Ferrari underwater, huh? That's cool.
How about that for a kettle in the morning?
That's cool. He's using AC for this, right?
I believe so, right? Got the variac going in.
Now, look at the what's up meter. Fluctuating.
Basically acting like a welding rod.
That was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
We might be losing an insulator.
It's intermittent because it's an AC. The pulse is on and off.
That makes sense.
And you wonder why they
That's
have
exciting.
Oh, that
wonder why they
makes
have you welding with inert gas.
Yeah. Yeah, that
All
sucker's
right, our
getting
thermometer is
boiling now.
officially not happy. And we're producing steam here, kids.
I'm waiting for like a microwave chime when
All
it's
right.
done.
And
There it is. It works. We're done.
just like that.
Building your online business?
That's awesome.
Just
That's
like
so
that.
cool.
She does.
I love voltages.
So got to reproduce that one again, develop that more, and actually capture the gas coming off of it, and then send it in to actually verify that it's got helium mixed in, and then boom, confirmed actual transmutation called fusion.
Nice. I wonder if you had like a DC pulse, but then intermittent to each other. So it would be like two ZVSs going off at once. So one would go and then the other would go, so you get more white, less yellow.
I think you are bang on with that, and that's the key part of building the second generation of it to get that full. Get the DC. Do not break in the dipole, as Tom Bearden always says. That's the key to the over unity reaction part. And when Jeremiah reproduced it, he was like shocked at how much heat started coming out compared to the actual energy that he was putting in, and like was almost instantaneously like shocked, convinced that like right there he had verifiable like well over unity reaction going on. Gotta find that video and bring that up.
Well, there's gonna be a ton of heat. I mean, you're basically throwing electricity in the water. Yeah, there's a ton of heat going on there.
Well, and the plasma arc, right? It's like how hot does that the ionized arc like get, right? Because the star in the jar cavitation, it's like a couple thousand at least, I think, not more.
Yeah, I don't know what the temperature of that was, and I kind of always wondered that myself.
Ionized gas, the plasma itself, not the water that I'm speaking of at that technology or temperature.
Right. Well, the temperature of the plasma where the transmutation would take place is at like the smallest imaginable like little point on that electrode. You know, it's so whatever visible wasted, as you know we would call it, right? Plasma is visual there. Now, obviously, it'll put off some type of visual indicator, maybe as to what it's transmuting because of the composition, which is why the stars are different colors, right? You know, sometimes you have red stars. You know that they're later in their fusion phases because they're no longer transmuting helium anymore. Now hydrogen anymore. Now they're transmuting helium or heavier elements. You know, so obviously you would expect to see that color differential, that color shift. But the spot where the reaction is actually taking place is the zero. It's that exact 0 point at the end, you know, where that highest temperature is. Like, I don't even know necessarily that it would be measurable, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It's the EVO, right? It's the energy breaking down from the plasma into the liquid and solid matter.
Yeah. But just because of the environment that it's contained within, you know, like though the environment's certainly not reaching that, and you know the plasma bubble is forming its own gas atmosphere, you know, that could be very hot, but it's obviously not blowing off of it so much so that it's encapsulating the entire reaction. I mean, you know, like from a visual standpoint, it is in fact encapsulating the entire reaction with a gas shield.
So I have a question on this chart. He drew it so it's bigger at the bottom and smaller on the top. So when you go to transmutate something, don't you have to add an element to whatever you're doing to get it to be that element lower?
And so that's where the extra hydrogen atoms, the extra oxygen atoms, as well as the salts, whatever elements you're using as the electrolyte or the salt, the crystal, the opposite side of the metal, right? Because that's another huge part of Walter Russell's charts in alchemy, especially ancient alchemy, is you have your salt and you have your metal, and that you combine them, and with fusion, cold fusion, the balance of both, and the fact that in this alchemy, in this electrochemistry, cold fusion of the metals, of the electrolysis, you have your hydrogen, you have your salt, and then you have whatever elements that you are using as your electrodes, your cathode and your anode. And that when you have, say, the cathode of like gold, because you want to make gold, And then your anode, you have tungsten because it's just one atomic mass below gold as your anode, and then you get that tungsten into that transmutational state. And then key is then putting in that gold resonant frequency, the cymatic harmonic frequency geometry into that water that triggers the crystalline formation reaction. Then it takes the single hydrogens off of it, bonding into that metal, fusing it, and apparently transmutating into gold, right?
Hey, I want to run a funny parallel on you, right? You think about horoscopes, okay, and star and astral position at time of conception and birth, okay. Now you apply the fundamentals of everything that we've been talking about localities, interactive localities, and different forces at times of accumulation and growth. Okay, you know, there's certain ways that your molecular structure, ultimately forms based on these different positionings, of the external localities on, at your time of crystallization, so to speak. Yeah, it's like it's crazy because it's such a complicated thing, but like at the end of the day, it's super fundamental. When you have plasmas, you're talking about negative ions, and then you're talking about hydrogen with technically one valence electron. So anything that you create in that atmosphere of free ions and electrons of the most basic element being ripped out of the water, whatever additional things that you're putting in there, the hydrogen is providing in that atmosphere by virtue of its itself, the ability for it to be changed. That's the environment in which it could be changed. Now, what it changes into is more like what Bernie was saying, that's where the frequencies and the ultimate resonance of the area of the formation is going to be a major determining factor in that, just as much so as the chemical components, because the components are already there. It's a matter of how they crystallize and restructure to determine the element outcome.
So a key part of what you're talking about and putting it all together is that it's like salt water is able to create all like solid matter essentially throughout, and that like the oceans, right? Like ocean can produce it all, and that there's the saturation and super saturation, and that there's water is able to dissolve all the solid metal elements and salts and then take it in. How? But somehow it does, and then spit it out. And when it spits it out, it's crystallized, right? Because it literally crystallizes. Anyone, if you ever made rock candy, right? Like you boil water, put sugar in, then put a stick in, let it cool, and as it cools, it saturates some of the sugar out because it's oversaturated, and then it forms into giant crystals, and that you get crystallization from elements reforming out of water.
So I did that one time because the crazy rock that I had was gone, but I had small little tiny dust of it more or less left. So I put them in solution and then saved the biggest piece for a seed, and ultimately created some like Rochelle salts that
Have you seen Jeremiah and liminals with that? Oh my,
yeah.
I gotta bring that up.
Yeah, so I tried to get those fragments to kind of impose their attributes into the newly forming crystal structure, it didn't not work. It didn't not work. It just, like, again, it wasn't as apparent. It was just more apparent than the fragments, So that brought into question whether I had actually imposed any of those attributes into the newly forming crystalline structure, or whether, just the component of it being in there in larger form and in proximity to other, known reactive mineral fragments in there was enough for it to create that larger effect. So it's one or the other, but I wonder if it had an impact on the structures, like the structure of the crystal.
Oh, definitely did. And sorry, I'm just going through my videos trying to find the video of Jeremiah and Liminal doing exactly the same thing that you're describing yourself doing there, but getting some pretty impressive results with
Awesome.
Exactly that.
By the way, I got to wrap it up shortly, so I'm going to watch this and then I'm going to tip my hat.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's almost been 5 hours.
It is a long one.
It's just somehow always
I
turns
could
out
go all
that
day,
way.
but I think other people depend on me.
Yeah.
Exactly. Still have lively duties and responsibilities that need to be taken care of course.
Yeah. Hey, right. Spin on the spiral and still be a human.
God. Can never find it when you need it.
Kind of like the rest of us. I don't have everything perfectly cataloged on my computer, so it's like hard to find everything.
I know, right? Like, oh God, gotta like somehow set aside a month straight to organize the videos.
I need to find a way to make enough money to have somebody else do all that. Well,
Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. One day, hopefully.
Yeah.
Until that day, wait. Thank you for waiting patiently while we go through.
By the way, for anybody that wants it, maybe I could put the general idea of the principles that led to all of this discussion today. I could put that in the chat. Too long.
Yes, please.
Also, somebody asked if you had a YouTube page or you were planning to do one.
I was thinking about it, and I was actually talking to another viewer about maybe getting together. That way it's just not me talking. I mean, I hate talking too much, and I talk too much. So it's nice to split the difference sometimes.
But I feel you never talk too much.
I'm always the one asking all the questions. That's what happens.
Exactly. Can never ask too many questions. That's well worded.
I have too many to bother anybody else with it. I poke Nathan every so often. I'm like, hey man, I got a question. It's like, I know he's so busy, and it's like, with all he's doing.
It's funny because I leave my computer on in the middle of working on everything over here on the desk or over there, and my phone pings every few seconds. So there's always something going on.
Yeah, I know, man. That's just the way. Please, if it was the sound of a text message and not a messenger, I wouldn't. I'd just be lost too.
Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact,
God, I said it.
Did you find it?
No, I'm just getting to 1 year in, and then I realized I said it's at least a year, maybe two, and I'm like, okay, still got a bit to go.
So So I got something to share while you're looking for that.
Yes,
We
please.
were oh man, if I can get my screen right. There it is. Okay. So this right here is the new frequency pattern of the ZVS that Sean's building. And it's got way more energy than the last one did. So we just were using stock ones off the shelf. Now he's building his own. And he went from 6 of these MOSFETs, and I believe he's back down to 2, but he changed all the resistors and everything. The guy's just out of this world smart on this stuff. But it's got a massive ring to it. So let me see if right there's the board that he's using now. So it's a bit different than what we're normally looking at. So, but it's really cool. And then hold on, I'll pull it up. And then he just printed this off. So he's about to build this toroid structure and make it into a Tesla coil right here. So this is his ring right here. You notice it goes off the chart. He is getting so much more energy out of this. It's almost like double what he did last time out of his normal Tesla coil. So I wanted to show that. He's been busy at work, man. The guy's just out of this world smart on this stuff. So I just thought I'd share that with you guys.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, look at those spikes.
yeah. That's just not normal.
But that's the key to a lot of what we were talking about. Is Pius said it, like he said, it's these spikes amongst the frequent. So when you have this more stable constant frequency and it spikes, that's where the magic happens.
Yeah.
And direction and containment of it. It's all on point. It's all happening. This is the concept to reality right on the screen.
Well, we continuously do it, that's for sure. So
all right, Village Idiot is out.
It is. I love
every
it.
last one of us knows different things about everything, so it's good when we all come together.
Yeah, man. Well, I'll catch you soon on the next one. Have me back anytime you'd like. I'm always happy to listen and hang out.
Right on, Joe. Thank you very much for showing up today. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me as always, and blessed. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, Joe.
Yeah, Bernie. Take care, man.
Enjoyed every minute of that, and much love, guys.
Yeah, I'm about done for the day. You all good, buddy?
I feel you. We'll see you again soon.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for showing up and being in the chat and hanging out with us. I've had a great time. Thank you, Bernie.